Previously on Best Ball Breakfast. The first thing I think is, what the fuck is this guy hiding? Full dad duty for 8 hours tomorrow. Davis Maddock in April is that you pull out too early, that you worry, and don't clip that. What else can I milk you for live? This is a sick needle. Mike says this is a great randomizer team. That either is a really good thing or a really bad thing.
You got to take Quentin Johnson right now.
Some team, the throw was good.
Anytime you take the Bengals tight end 3.
There's that comfy Josh Palmer pick, just waiting for someone.
The fuck's a Jordan Whittington? Indeed, the fuck's a Jordan Whittington. I did actually figure that out, did a little research after the show last week. But this week on Best Ball Breakfast, we got 4 more Best Ball Mania 5 drafts on tap. You guys know the deal. We got the solo draft to start us off. Then we have RotoViz's Shawn Siegele swinging by in the 11 a.m. block. Pat Kerrane coming by at noon. And then our special rotating guest today is none other than RotoPat from Roto World. Very excited for that. This is Best Ball Breakfast. Let's lock in. My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots!
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags. I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bags. She kicked me.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in the plus EV way.
Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples. Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts? We just don't know. All right, GMs all around. How are we doing? Chat is fired up. Feels like a great day to draft the winner. Indeed. What is up? What is up? What is up? Johnny Football's great timing because I'm hungry and need a second cup of coffee. Let's get a 101 pour this morning. All right. We can do that in a second here. Let me ease into it. Some Mondays are worse than others. Thank you for Best Ball Breakfast, especially this Monday. I got you. Brendan's going to rip some fast puppies alongside Best Ball Breakfast. We're going to be doing Best Ball Manias here, but I certainly understand the itch to getting some fast puppies here. We got an audio listener here for the live show. You love to hear it. We do always service the audio listeners over on the In a Vacuum podcast feed. Been uploading all kinds of audio. I just figured I'd throw everything on there. We got the randomizers. We uploaded the world's fastest slow draft audio, although I highly recommend checking that out in video form, if only to see our beautiful beer helmets that helped us stay hydrated while breaking the world record for the fastest slow draft. That was a ton of fun on Friday. Shout out to our crew of quick twitch, nimble-fingered drafters for breaking that record. That was a very fun time. As John says here, happy full moon Monday. Training camps commence. Yes, I wrote the Fantasy Life newsletter on Friday, and it was a desolate wasteland as far as news. Like literally the biggest news of that day was the Jags throwback jerseys. And I was begging for anything. And I felt like at least over the weekend, we started to get some stuff. You know, we got that interesting report out of Denver. Is Javonte Williams and Samaje Perine competing for one roster spot, which is a pretty tantalizing rumor. I mean, it's completely conjecture, but like if you're going to throw shit against the wall, that's a pretty fun thing to throw against the wall. We have the Chiefs training camp, you know, Mahomes making absurd throws to Xavier Worthy. We have Daniel Popper. I wrote about this today in the Fantasy Life newsletter, talking about 3 wide receiver sets in Los Angeles, saying that Quentin Johnston's the odd man out, and DJ Chark will be playing in 3 wide receiver sets. So yes, the fire hose of information is about to be unleashed on us, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the chaos. I feel like we've had a long time with this current draft environment, and things are finally starting to change. There are people in these draft rooms now who don't love the rookies as much as us. I posted a video on the Deposit Kingdom channel last week, my favorite picks in every round. And there's people out there writing long paragraphs to me about not liking Malik Nabers in the 3rd and that he's a 5th and 6th round value. So I'm telling you guys, the rookies are going to get cheaper. People don't want to, dive into the deep end, the unknowns of these rookies. And I'm here for it. I'm very excited for it. All right, let's get a coffee pour here. My coffee is almost out. It seems like the people are clamoring for it. Let's give them what they want here on Best Ball Breakfast. There you go. A soft, steady pour here. I'll wait for Casey to give it his official grade. Big Sunny, loved the ship chasing stream yesterday. Yeah, I appreciate that. I did a one-off stream last night. I got invited to do this Pros vs. Joes competition. Fantasy Mojo and the FFPC host that. It's 6 pros, 6 Joes, however you define that. A lot of the Joes are professional drafters. A lot of the pros are LARPers. That's just how it goes. Pros, Joes, all the same. But it was a fun draft. I had Sacrilegious and Ben Gretsch as my co-pilots. Slightly different, format to our underdog drafts, still best ball, but you got the tight end premium, you got a couple of flexes. So if you are curious and checking that out, that is over on the Ship Chasing channel. Let's see here. We got people chatting about the report. The report basically confirms P. Ryan is getting cut. I do think that's probably the best interpretation of that. Travioli planting his flag on loving the rookies. The running back avalanche is coming. Yeah, man, I'm starting to see you'll see Isaiah Pacheco in some rooms now go early 4th round, 3-4 turn. That's starting to get a little steamy in there too. So yeah, we're going to get a new ADP environment here. All right. Getting rave reviews on this pour. Appreciate that. I haven't gotten to check out the source stream yet. What is up, Copper? What is up, TCD? All right. I hopped in a Best Ball Mania draft, and I'm going to get this up on screen here. This is my 82nd draft. 82nd draft here. Let's get this. And we drew the 103. We got the 103 here today. I will admit this. I am on a pretty insane sun run of early draft slots. It felt like the first part of Best Ball Mania, I was living at 1-9, 110, 111, and I am just on an epic run of top 5, top 6 picks. I did make some slight tweaks to the Draft Caddy too. For the first time now, I am pulling in some of my own ownership here. That is the number on the far right. So you can see I'm only at 4.9% CeeDee Lamb, but I'm at 12.3% McCaffrey. Going to start, looking at those a little bit. And then I also pulled in the ETR ownership projections. So when we get way down in these final rounds, I can see Samaje Perine projected 3% drafted in this contest. Justin Fields, 64%. So that's going to be something I'm going to start to take a look at. And I still got my week 16 in here. All right, CeeDee Lamb, Christian McCaffrey, off the rip here. That'll give us a Tyreek Hill pick at 3. And we're off to the races. 4 drafts, best ball breakfast. No better way to start a Monday. Yeah, this is definitely another one I've noticed. Tank Dell falling in drafts. It was the start of draft season where I was I'm clicking this guy in the 4th round every single time. And then it felt like I was getting no Tank Dell because he was getting pulled up, even to the mid-3rd in a lot of rooms. And now he's kind of coming back down. Some of the yo-yoing of these ADPs is pretty interesting to observe. Kevin says, with the various shifting ADPs, do we feel any better about picking in the back end versus the first 6 picks? I mean, to me, the only thing that stinks about picking at the back end isn't even round 1. I'm fine with Breece Hall here. I'm fine with Garrett Wilson, fine with Jahmyr Gibbs, Puka, obviously. It's the early second kind of stinks, because you're pulling up one of these guys in a really flat tier. That's the part that stinks. But then after that, once you get to the 3-4 turn, I'm fine with the 3-4 turn, the 5-6 turn. There's lots you can do in those spots. So to me, it's really just about the early second, not feeling that fun. But I haven't seen anything with ADPs, flipping what's the most ideal. I mean, my preferred draft spot still remains kind of this 1-4, 1-5, 1-6. Like being able to get one of these top wide receivers. I like being in the middle of the draft board so you can kind of capture value, read the room. What is up, Mark? I appreciate you, as always, gifting some memberships here. Very nice of you, Mark. Congratulations to the new YouTube members. If you guys are part of the Best Ball Value Hounds tier, you get access to the Best Ball After Dark live streams. Those are a premium show I do every week just for that tier of YouTube members and above. And I will say, I rarely do like the FOMO marketing for After Dark because generally they're kind of inside baseball conversations, friends, people throughout the industry. Let me make my pick and then I will sell you guys a little bit more. I'm going to grab JT. I've been trying to get a little bit more JT. I'm at 6.2% now. I'm going to keep grabbing him when he slides a little bit here and he slides to pick 22. But anyways, Best Ball After Dark on Friday, I had Michael Chang, who is a data scientist from Princeton, who has decided to spend an ungodly amount of time sifting through the weekly winners data from last year. And it was by far the most actionable Best Ball After Dark I've ever had. I walked away with about 6 or 7 ideas and exploits for weekly winners that I want to employ in the rest of my drafts. And again, I'm not much of a FOMO marketer, a hyperbolic marketer, unless I'm setting the world record for the fastest slow draft. But I literally cannot imagine playing another entry of weekly winners without watching that show. That's how good it was. I think people in the chat will back me up if you guys saw it, that I'm not being hyperbolic there. Just some really, really good stuff there from Michael on Best Ball After Dark. All right, we are back up here on the clock. It looks like by ADP, my ranks here, it's Devontae Smith. I am definitely good with that. And we will start here with a JT, Tyreek Hill, and Devontae Smith start. Feels solid to me. How do you get the ownership projections in? So I'm using the Brick Draft Caddy, the draftcaddy.com, and then I also have a sub to ETR where their rankings include the ownership projections. And then there's a CSV that you can upload. And then you just pick within the Draft Caddy which inputs you want. So earlier I just had the schedule. Now I changed one of them to be my personal exposures and the other to be the ETR. So you would need a Draft Caddy sub and an ETR sub, or have your own ownership projections. I know some people have been cooking up their own as well. That is right, as Phil says. Remember, if you're in this draft room legally, you must reveal yourself in the chat. Who do we got? I haven't done a full. We got Alex, who was part of the historic crew who set the record on Friday, as was B-Spurf. I got a lot of my world's fastest drafters in here, a lot of badges. And of course, Mark, thank you again for the subs. I agree with D. Owens here. Feels like one of the bigger adjustments in the next few weeks will be the 18th round Flyers solidifying as we see who runs with the ones. Yeah, I mean, Brian and I on Lulz this past week, we kind of talked about this. Like the title of the episode was, is it time to start scrolling the F down? And it's been a little hard to do that in a smart way because there is so much conjecture on these depth charts and the roles that these guys are going to have, where you could be taking on a lot of unnecessary risk. And it's why you've heard a lot of people push for the Eli Mitchells and the CEHs of the world, not because they love their talent, but because they know that they have a solidified position on the depth chart, which we can't say for some of these rookies. But camp is going to bring more clarity and open up way more viable 18th round selections here. Okay, let's see here. We have all kinds of fun stuff. I've been trying to get my Etienne and Pacheco up. Let's grab Etienne, or should I go Pacheco? Pacheco's more the ADP riser. I'm gonna grab Pacheco here. Pacheco's the one past ADP, and I'm gonna have a video coming out this week on the Deposit Kingdom channel with Jacob Sanderson, where we did a draft. It wasn't live, but we recorded it and talked about it. And one of the big kind of ideas that Jacob was floating is that maybe one way to beat this wide receiver avalanche is to take some of these undervalued running backs, specifically in rounds 4, 5, and 6, and thinking about them more as a way to fill our flex because they project better than the wide receivers do in that range, and trying to figure out how can we balance this element of getting enough wide receiver firepower while still perhaps building some more contrarian builds than what the field is doing by default because of where ADP funnels us. So that video will be coming out in the next day or two. But one of the big kind of parts of that is a Pacheco and Etienne element to being able to pull that off. All right, let's do it. Let's have some fun here. We're going to grab Etienne as well. We're going to go for a hyper fragile build. I don't feel like pulling any of these guys up. You guys have seen me do elite tight ends a million times. You've seen me grab Jaden Reed and Keenan Allen's here before. We're going to grab Etienne. We're going to now start Jonathan Taylor, Isaiah Pacheco, Travis Etienne. We have Tyreek Hill and Devontae Smith at wide receiver. Pray for me. Pray for me. I'm going to stare down the barrel of this avalanche, and we're going to see if we can get away with a hyper fragile build. Dane's the only one without the badge. You'll do just fine. Yeah, here are the reviews on Best Ball After Dark. Well worth the sub. Absolutely elite content. Paul says it was a good one. Went from doing 0 to probably trying to get in a few now. We got Josh in the 8 hole. It's funny. Willis says, I can't wait for the Avalanche video in 3 rounds. One of the things Jacob pointed out when I was recording with him, and it was funny, is I've like barely felt compelled to play the wide receiver Avalanche video because every draft is a wide receiver Avalanche. Like the default most, I don't know, repeatable thing that happens in these drafts over and over are wide receiver avalanches. So it's almost like white noise at this point. It's like, do we just roll the clip every single draft? I need something like truly wild to signal that it gets the wide receiver avalanche treatment. Like if Bijan or a Brees fall to round 2, if a Kyron Williams falls to round 4, that's when I think like the bar to clear for what a true wide receiver avalanche is now, I think is a little higher. No cap. Where do I find that weekly winners Best Ball After Dark video? I will show you. I have playlists on the YouTube channel. Also, let me just make sure I don't miss my pick here. I have playlists. If you just go to youtube.com/PeterOverzet, I have VIP shows for YouTube members. Here's the show here with Michael. This was one of the longer ones. We went 2 hours and 11 minutes, talked strategy for about an hour, and then hopped in a draft and talked more strategy. So I will drop the link in here, and you can always find it on those playlists as well. All right, looking at ADP, people are going to be getting some very nice values on wide receivers here. This feels like a Deontay Johnson-ass team if I've ever seen one. We need wide receivers. We can't mess around with Rashad or Kenneth Walker in this range. We're going to grab Deontay Johnson. I was debating between him or JSN, knew there was basically no chance that the either came back to me, and Alex does snap pick up JSN directly after. One other thing kind of thinking about, and JSN offers this too, but because I'm going to be scrambling at wide receiver, I'm not going to be able to afford an early quarterback pick anyways. So trying to build out as many late stack options as I can, I think makes sense. So getting access to a Bryce Young. And I think now, I think we could do Evan Ingram if we wanted to. If we wanted to do a tight end, we do have ETN, but I actually think the more prudent thing is probably to take Keon Coleman, which is so funny. I have ended up now, I started the kind of Best Ball Mania season really underweight Keon Coleman where he opened up. And now I find myself clicking him a lot as we think about this run on wide receivers. Jordan Addison now slipping. I guess not here. He goes 73, but in general, he's been slipping. Keon Coleman is kind of the last of this kind of upside window. So I have been finding myself clicking him more and more to kind of facilitate some of these more running back heavy builds. So the team so far, 3 running backs, JT, Isaiah Pacheco, and Travis Etienne. We got the 4 wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Smith, Deontay Johnson, and Keon Coleman. And this is kind of what I had been talking about too, of stuff I wanted to do more down the home stretch of my Best Ball Mania drafts, where we know in general, we're wanting to get these 4 wide receivers through round 7. The data supports it. The ADP environment supports it. So I want to mix up like what those luxury picks look like. A lot of times that luxury for me is a fifth wide receiver, an elite tight end, and then maybe a running back through 7. And now I'm messing with one here where we have 3 running backs and 4 wide receivers. So it is always, it's a bummer when you see the incredible running back value at spots like, being able to get Rachaad White here for Alex at 74 seems nice. Even Kenneth Walker at the 6-7 turn is something I remain very into. But this JT Pacheco Etienne, where I do think Pacheco, it's so funny too, because we made the thumbnail for the Deposit Kingdom video that'll come out. And the 2 running backs on that thumbnail are Isaiah Pacheco and Travis Etienne. So those guys have certainly been on my mind. And to get them here at 46 and 51, I think in the perfect world, knowing that you're going to get Pacheco Etienne, maybe I go Nabers or Evans at 22. And then you feel a little bit better about this start where you go Tyreek Hill, say Nabers, Devontae Smith, then you come back and grab Pacheco Etienne. And then maybe you have a little bit more wiggle room there to not force Keon Coleman if you're not feeling it. Go Evan Ingram if you wanted, who goes a couple picks later. But we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Mark. Shouting out. Yeah, I've really enjoyed that format. If you guys haven't seen those over on the Deposit Kingdom, I've been mixing in some, recorded videos like I did my best picks in every round, but then also doing some with guests where I hear what are their favorite things to do in drafts, and then we try to do it. That Ron video, I think it's up to like 22,000 views now. Doing really well over on the channel. Have been enjoying that format a lot. Andrew says, is 4 wide receivers through 7 still a must in this build? I mean, there's no hard and fast rules. I think I could have taken Evan Ingram there. I would have just had to have hammered even more wide receivers probably in ranges that normally don't feel comfortable. I think that 4th just gives you a little bit more wiggle room. Like I can come back and take running backs now here. Well, at least one. It would be really nice if I had a quarterback selection here. I do not. Zach Moss goes. I think what I might do, let's see, by ADP, this probably should be a Courtland Sutton pick. I was thinking I could take Mostert and shut it down. I do have Tyreek Hill. But if I do take one running back, it means now running backs are just fully eliminated from my board the rest of the draft. And I know I'm going to like a running back in the next few rounds. I think getting Courtland Sutton here at ADP feels good, gives me another backdoor stack option here. Because where you really feel gross in these wide receiver avalanche spots is when you're forced to take these guys well ahead of ADP strictly to catch up positionally. So it feels a little bit more like a gift when you're actually not having to reach for them at least. And it would have been a harder decision, I think, if any of these running backs came back. I think I was going to click Zach Moss and shut it down. Jalen Warren, Zamir White, James Conner, DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard, Zach Moss, all right in a row. Brock Bowers goes to Mark at 87. Disbanded Brotherhood, who normally just leaves a comment that is a single period, says most people have to make a deposit after they drink their morning coffee. All right, guess what? Nick wanted Mostert. I'm now going to give you Mostert, but we were able to push him around, and now we're going to get Mostert slightly past ADP, and we're gonna power this thing down at running back. I guess never say never. Maybe I get in a spot where I'm just like, all right, the 5th running back is the best pick, and I just can't stomach anything else. But I think we're probably done. We got 4 running backs: Jonathan Taylor, Isaiah Pacheco, Travis Etienne, and Raheem Mostert. Our wide receivers: Tyreek Hill, Devonta Smith, Deontay Johnson, Keon Coleman, and Courtland Sutton. So feeling pretty good, obviously, about running back, feeling solid about wide receiver, and we are likely headed toward a 3 quarterback, 3 tight end build. Probably going to need to build out one other kind of backdoor stack option as well. The crowd goes wild for Mostert. I do like Mostert. The what says, which builds have you done more of so far, 3 QB or 2 QB? I feel like probably 2 QB. I know I had the stats on that through 50 drafts. I don't know if I have an updated stat here through these next 30 plus after that, but I feel like it's been more 3 quarterback. Because a lot of times, going back to what are you using your, early picks on away from wide receiver, it's generally the tight end. And I'm not getting a ton of elite quarterbacks. Like, I think, can we show my, my Allen exposure is at 7.4%. So just below the field there. I think my guy got to be a little low on Mahomes. What am I at? 2.5. So there's a low one. Been getting a little bit more Hurts lately as he slides. Yeah, I'm at 9.9% Hurts. I was really low on Stroud for a while, which seemed like an accident. I'm up to 6.2%. But yeah, I think because I'm a little lighter on the elite quarterbacks and a little heavier on the elite tight ends, or a lot heavier, it's pushed me to more 3 quarterback builds. That's one of the reasons, and I mentioned this in my video when I said Jaden Daniels was my favorite pick in this round, was because I like the flexibility of being able to do a 2 quarterback or a 3 quarterback build. All right. This feels like an 80 Mitchell pick. Again, just slightly ahead of ADP. We got JT, though, so we're already making a bet on this Colts team and gets us up to 6 wide receivers here. I think that is the play. The Waddle drafter is behind us. Because I'm not taking running backs, because there's nothing I have to pull up here at wide receiver, I'm probably just going to lock up Tua. It's so weird. Like, my mentality on guys like Tua can change so much, like draft to draft. Often if I do have an earlier quarterback and Tua is going to be my quarterback too, I'm willing to really push it and see if I can get that value. I think I feel less good about it when I don't have another quarterback, and knowing if I lose Tua, I'm really now having to manufacture, essentially 3 more backdoor stacks, or absolutely have to hit on the quarterbacks that are already paired with wide receivers on my team. And the drafter who does have Waddle has Josh Allen. So they would probably push Tua here, but then I assume they would take Tua at 141. So feels pretty mandatory to take Tua here for this build. It's not like there's anything at tight end screaming at me either. So yeah, we're going to lock up Tua. This is, even slightly ahead of ADP, but we have Mostert, we have Tyreek Hill, no quarterbacks. Feel like this is the pick. Tua at quarterback, our 4 running backs, JT, Isaiah Pacheco, Travis Etienne, and Raheem Mostert. Our 6 wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Smith, Deontay Johnson, Keon Coleman, Cortland Sutton, and AD Mitchell. So obviously our tight end is going to feel weak. I'm going to feel good about, I think, the stacks I'm able to get. And so I think we recovered at wide receiver as well. The Coleman, Sutton, AD Mitchell was kind of a nice stretch there through a stretch that can be a little treacherous, where you don't love the picks, you don't love the ADPs, but I feel like the Keon Coleman, Sutton, AD Mitchell, a nice little blend of, production and certainty with Sutton at least, and then some pretty big upside cuts with Keon and an 80. God damn it. I was wondering if someone would bring this up. Pete, are you going to break down the 3-4-10-1 build from Saturday night? I'll show you how this thing is labeled. 7:20 late night punt. Went up to New Hampshire for the night. Some of my friends got an Airbnb, said, hey, come up, let's have a grand old time. It was about midnight, might have been drinking, might have been not all there with it. And I thought, you know what? I never have my phone with me before bed. This is a rare treat. Let's hop in a Best Ball Mania draft. Why I didn't just hop in a puppy draft? Who cares if you burn one of your puppies? Why I felt compelled to join a Best Ball Mania draft? And I was holding on for dear life. My eyes, I couldn't even keep my eyes open. I made it to about round 10. And then Auto Draft took the wheel. We ended up with 1 tight end, Trey McBride, We ended up with 10 wide receivers, a 4 running back build with Pacheco, Kenneth Walker, Zamir White, and Braylon Allen. Late night punt. There it is. Every single one of my teams in here has mostly been for content, been dialed in. There it is. 720 late night punt. Don't drink and draft, guys. Don't do it. That was me donating back to the Underdog community. I don't know. Like, it should have just been a puppy. You just burn a puppy draft there. Why? Why did I do BVM? All right, we're going to grab Gabe Davis here. Was not expecting to be going wide receiver here, but Gabe Davis, I do have Etienne. I always love these kind of running back wide receiver pairings from teams. We got the Mostert Hill. Gabe Davis, a guy I don't have a ton of, 1.2%. This feels like a spot to get him as part of this catch-up room at wide receiver. Both Leone and Gretsch had some really good thoughts on Gabe Davis in their projection series that they've been doing over on the Establish the Edge podcast series. Highly recommend that. But yeah, getting a little more warm to the prospect of Gabe when he slips or you're in these builds. Man, I was going to take Luke Musgrave there. Man, I think this is a spot where I think I'm going to take Hockenson, because this is going to be a 3 tight end room. Let's see if we can manufacture some late season upside on a build that is going to be pretty devoid of upside at tight end. It's a huge bummer. Like I've been saying, like I cannot imagine taking TJ Hockenson over Musgrave, but I can't imagine taking him after Musgrave's off the board. Yeah, it's a bummer one of these guys didn't come back. Schultz, Freiermuth, Cole Kmet, Musgrave. That was a bad run out there. We got our 1 quarterback to our 4 running backs, JT, Pacheco, Etienne, and Mostert. Our wide receivers are up to 7 here. Tyreek Hill, Devontae Smith, Deontay Johnson, Keon Coleman, Cortland Sutton, AD Mitchell, and Gabe Davis. Tight end, TJ Hockenson. How come no Gabe? It's honestly a structural thing. I'm taking running backs like 80% of the time in this range. So Gabe's ADP is about a round higher. So like this round here, obviously Javonte's falling because of the news, but you got the Blake Corum, you got the Chase Brown, Nick Chubb, Zach Charbonnet, Marshawn Lloyd, Rico Dowdle. These are some of my favorite running back picks. And I also often have 5 to 6 wide receivers by then. And so Gabe has really kind of only been on the menu for me with Trevor Lawrence stuff. And so this was a really nice spot for me to get him. A room where I'm catching up at wide receiver and I get him as an ADP value. Indeed, we have caught up at wide receiver. Oh no. The fabled Hawk Tua draft. It's all fun and games until you're actually forced to draft Hawk and Tua on the same team. I thought, like, if I didn't go Hockenson, I was thinking about pulling up Hunter Henry there. Johnny Football enjoying the different kind of draft today. God, I'm not reading this out loud. I'm sorry, audio listeners. You guys are getting spared from this comment. I refuse to read the words that GoBirds_1619 just wrote on the screen. All right. I think this is a Jonnu pick. I guess no one's going to take Jonnu here. But like thinking about the things I'm worried about losing, this team has to have Jonnu with this Tua build. So I'm going to go ahead and reach. ADP doesn't matter at this range. Let's just add Jonnu to the squad. So thinking about our other quarterbacks available, Bryce Young, Bo Nix. Jeff says, should Javonte really be falling on that article? I don't think he should be falling because of that article. However, he will fall because of that article. And so my kind of take on it is don't take him at ADP right now because the market's going to react to it. All right. I am going to take Mims. We already have Cortland Sutton, making sure that stack is strong there. I wouldn't be opposed to single stacking Bo Nix, but I like, I have so many pairings of Mims and Franklin on the same team. So getting one here that is a Sutton Mims team is a little fun. Josh says Noah Fant has really skyrocketed. Yeah, the drumbeat on him, I feel like he's kind of the tight end version of Dontavian Wicks, where no one has anything really bad to say about him. And the market continues to get more and more excited about what this new look Seahawks offense is going to look. It's funny because it's all the same personnel, but it really seems like there's going to be a pretty big philosophical shift here. Brett Coleman, who does some great content, he was talking about the new coaching staff, and he was getting people pretty fired up about what these guys are going to look like this year. And kind of saying that Mike McDonald was the crown jewel of this coaching free agent class outside of Jim Harbaugh, and that everyone's just been floored by what he's already doing in there. So I can see the enthusiasm for the Seahawks. I think Gretchen Leone, we're talking about him too, of just kind of a classic, tight end who you could see breaking out much later in his career. Really athletic, has had kind of a rough run out as far as his situation on Denver when he was drafted, then being kind of buried there in those Seattle tight end committees. I think he's fine. I think he's a solid pick. I mean, again, Noah Fant in the 17th versus Noah Fant in the 14th at 165, it really is negligible, if you're wanting to pack your bags there. ADP isn't real, man. I need some more coffee before we pick here. Bryce Young does go. That sucks. Yeah, that does suck. I was thinking I could do a Bryce Young, Ja'Tavion Sanders kind of thing with my last couple of picks. Okay. So you know what I think I might do? Chig is gone. I was thinking of something with Will Levis. I do have that Jacksonville thing, and he's kind of the ADP faller. I think I am going to take Will Levis because I'm just I'm running out of stuff that is correlated here with my team. Yeah, so we're going to add Will Levis here. We just need some bodies. They also play Indianapolis. So this is kind of fun, right? Normally, almost always, I would very much prefer to have my quarterback stacked with one of their pass catchers, but I'm getting a double week 16, week 17 bring back. So I have the JT, AD Mitchell versus the Titans in 16, and then I get the Etienne and Gabe Davis versus the Titans in week 17. Yeah, I wish Chig would have come back because that would have made this feel a lot better. Chig goes at 187 to my nemesis B-Spurf. And then we will just lock up Bo Nix. Can't mess around on that. The quarterbacks have been going a little earlier than normal. We already have Mims and Sutton, so we got to lock that up. And now we can figure out what we want to do with this last pick. Probably it has to be a tight end because Hockenson's going to be a 0 for so long. Yeah. So we'll figure out a tight end to take with our last. So we got Tua, Will Levis, and Bo Nix at quarterback. Our running backs, JT, Isaiah Pacheco, Travis Etienne, and Mostert. Our wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Smith, Deontay Johnson, Keon Coleman, Cortland Sutton, A.D. Mitchell, Gabe Davis, and Marvin Mims. Our tight ends, TJ Hockenson and Jonnu Smith. I actually, other than just not loving how the kind of like the Bryce Levis thing shook out there, I don't mind this. I guess we could still take Jatavian Sanders if we want, although that would be asking a lot of Jonnu Smith early on for this team. Just be asking Jonnu to put the tight end room on his back. For some reason, I thought the start of this comment was going to be like an O.J. Simpson joke. This isn't the first time this summer a Bronco, but it wasn't. Coop says players talking up Grubb's scheme so far too. Yeah. I am aware that I need a third tight end. I am painfully aware. Yeah, I can't do Tyler Boyd on this team. Luckily, he's already gone. This team, it demands a third tight end. Absolutely demands it. Yeah, we are flying here in this draft. This is what happens when you get 3 of the world's fastest drafters in the same Best Ball Mania room. Maybe this team sounds better than it looks going back to in a vacuum pot. What a roast. What a roast. You see this thing up on the draft board? Looks like shit. But you hear Pete's nasally prepubescent tunes describing the team over the airwaves, and all of a sudden it starts to look real nice. All right, let's crowdsource a tight end pick. Let's crowdsource a tight end pick. These are the best available by ADP. Colby Parkinson, Mike Gesicki, Dawson Knox, Jatavian Sanders, Tucker Kraft, Hayden Hurst, Zach Ertz, Michael Mayer, and Greg Dulcich. Dawson Knox paired with Keon Coleman's a correlation consideration. Mike Gesicki we have as a bringback against Denver. I think that's probably my preferred bet. Can someone make a case for a stronger selection than Gesicki? You guys hate Gesicki. My God. Ertz, I refuse to click Ertz. I take back this crowdsourcing thing. If Ertz is your suggestion, I take back the crowdsourcing. Someone says you should have taken Chig. I didn't have a chance to take Chig. When did you want me to take Chig? You wanted me to take Chig at 171? I didn't even know Bryce Young was going to be gone at that point. I'm overruling the chat. I took Mike Gesicki as my third tight end. Why do we hate Mike Gesicki? I really thought I was going to crowdsource it, and then I realized I hated your suggestions. This is what the Democratic Party thought. They're like, should we host an open convention? No, we're scared what you're going to come up with. Sorry to get political. Sorry to get political. This show is supposed to be free from politics. I actually have been workshopping another joke. I've been workshopping a joke. I was thinking of putting this on Twitter. I still might. Maybe I'll do it in video form here. Let me do this. I'll recap the team in a second, but I need to deliver this joke to the camera. All right. Let me center myself. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. Should I stand up? I think I should stand up for this. It's just one line. It's just one joke, but it's directly for you guys. Like the only people on the planet who will appreciate this are people watching a best ball stream at 10:45 a.m. Eastern on a Monday. All right, hang on. Let me get this centered here. All right. If I were you guys, I'd start sprinkling in a little Jawar Jordan at the end of your drafts in case another Joe drops out of the race. Big ass legs. That's like 23 retweets. That's like 23 retweets. Plenty more where that came from, guys. All right, let's recap this team. All right, this feels like a nice palate cleanser after my late night punt team. Today's date is, in fact, 7/22. This is BBB. This team is a 3-4. Was it 3-4-8-3? And we have Miami, Denver, and Tennessee. All right, here's the squad. So 3 quarterbacks, Tua, Will Levis, and Bo Nix. 4 running backs, Jonathan Taylor, Isaiah Pacheco, Travis Etienne, and Raheem Mostert. 8 wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Smith, Deontay Johnson, Keon Coleman, Cortland Sutton, A.D. Mitchell, Gabe Davis, and Marvin Mims. 3 tight ends, TJ Hockenson, Jonnu Smith, and Mike Gesicki, or I guess Gesicki, based on how the chat feels about this guy. This team, I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I obviously did something I don't normally do with that Hyperfragile build, but getting JT, Pacheco, Etienne, all past ADP, and then tacking on Mostert past ADP kind of correlated with my Tyreek stuff, which we're able to turn into Tua feels good. We do have the Tua stack with Mostert and Tyreek Hill. No week 17 bring back with Cleveland there. We then have the Bo Nix double stack. This one's pretty clean. Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton and Marvin Mims. And then we bring it back with Mike Gesicki. And then was really needing a third quarterback. You know, I really only had available to me Bryce Young as kind of my other stacking partner with Deontay Johnson. I was kind of already planning to do a Bryce Young, Jatavian Sanders build. He goes, and then I do see Will Levis as a faller, 15 picks past ADP. I know I need 3 quarterbacks, and although I didn't have any other Tennessee pieces, I do get kind of the double playoff correlation, 16 versus JT and 80 in week 17 versus Etienne and Gabe. So I kind of like how that shook out. I don't mind, the tight ends. The tight ends are rough. Not going to lie, very rough. Not going to have TJ Hockenson for a good chunk of the season. But, when I made my video about a couple weeks ago on the Deposit Kingdom channel about the players I was willing to take discounts on, because of the injury stuff, the way I said I would want to use Hockenson is in 3 tight end builds. Like, I don't actually like Hockenson in a 2 tight end build because you are going to be taking a 0 essentially every week from your tight end 2, and obviously probably taking a tight end 0 during your other tight ends bye week. So I like pairing him with 3 tight end builds. Feel pretty good that Jonnu's going to be out on the field a ton, running lots of routes. And then Gesicki, similarly, I think you're just trying to sun run a really high efficiency touchdown year from Mike Gesicki in that offense. So yeah, the last pick there, I don't hate it. And I will say it's kind of funny for going Hyperfragile. I thought I was going to really dislike the wide receiver room. I actually like how this turned out. And I didn't have to make any reaches, which was nice. Cortland Sutton at ADP, A.D. Mitchell just slightly ahead of ADP, Gabe Davis, big ADP discount, and then Marvin Mims slightly ahead of ADP, but deep into the draft there. So fun to mess around with. I do think, if you could flip this, it is probably having another early wide receiver, just knowing that you were able to get Pacheco and Etienne. But it's been funny because in these drafts, I've been wanting to get more Pacheco and Etienne, and a lot of them I can't. So in this room when I was able to get both of them, I wanted to take that opportunity. Nick likes this team. Tolan rolling in late. No worries. We're going to be here for the next 3+ hours. We got Shawn Siegele swinging by here in the next few minutes. Then we'll have Pat Kerrane. And then we'll have RotoPat for a final draft today. Fine. You're right. I'll do it. You're right. C40, why didn't you name it the Hawk to a team? You're saying Maya Den 10 isn't as nice. Fine, I'll do it for you guys. There it is. 722 Best Ball Breakfast 3483 Hawk Tua. This is how we capture the zeitgeist. This is how we bring more people into best ball. I hope that girl succeeds. I really do. Seems like she's making a go of it. She has a merch store going now. Now that's just mean. You want me to add on early morning punt? Come on. This is not a punt. Get out of here. So Cam, are you saying that this team could have rolled with just Tua or Bo Nix? I completely disagree. I think Tua Bo Nix is too weak for a 2-quarterback room. You guys are brutal. Late night punt is better than this team. This is what happens when you guys have all been brainwashed as wide receiver piss boys. We're all trying to find the guy who did it. Then I finally draft running backs and you hate it. I guess that shouldn't be a surprise. This team needs Pollard. I like Pollard. Yes, please like the video for the Hawk Tua draft. Subscribe to the channel. We have 2 different YouTube channels, guys. We have this channel that you are watching right now. This is the live stream channel. This is where you get delivered monologue jokes about Jawar Jordan and drafts named Hawk Tua. And then there's the Deposit Kingdom channel. I have a video linked or pinned in the comments. It's linked in the show notes. That's where all the pre-recorded videos are. That forthcoming video with Jacob Sanderson about kind of fighting the wide receiver avalanche by targeting some of these running backs in the dead zone will be coming out. So make sure you guys are subscribed to both of those. I also know we have more people now starting to dip their toes in the Underdog waters. As usual, we got our deposit match. If you guys aren't on Underdog yet, you use promo code Pete, get up to a $250 deposit match. So if you put in $500, I think is the max you can do to take advantage of the deposit match. You'll get an additional $250 dropped in your account. They'll also give you a special pick'em that you can use as well. Poor Copper here, being the grumpy old man. Never felt a bigger disconnect from society than people thinking the Hawk Tua thing was funny. I don't know was it people thought it was funny? I don't even know if people thought it was funny. I guess they did. I guess some people thought it was funny. I think it was more just like they were shocked that she said that thing out loud. I think that was more it. Hyperfragile dead zone running back team. Exactly. The strategy that, the term that Jacob was coining or that we were trying to coin for what he was writing about was called hyper dead zone. Hyper dead zone RB. I actually have bad news about this. I mean, I think I don't know the future of live a little. You're going to have to hear from Kitchen though. I don't know what's going on over there. All right. This is what happens when we go down the Hawk Tua rabbit hole here. I don't get why it became a thing. Kyle says thoughts on your pros versus Joe's draft. Just got here. I can pull it up here. I can show you guys. Again, this is a different format than Underdog, but it actually looks like a lot of my Underdog drafts. Here was the final team. So the differences in format over here, 20 rounds, not 18. It's tight end premium. It is best ball. The other difference is on FFPC, there's 2 flexes. So that you start 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and then there's 2 flexes. So you can theoretically start 4 running backs each week. You could start 4 wide receivers. You could start 4 tight ends. So it allows for a lot more, roster flexibility. If you want to go bully tight end, you absolutely can. You want to load up on running backs, knowing that you have those spots to play them in the flex. I did do a more true 0 RB team. Here it is for the audio listeners. My quarterbacks were Jaden Daniels, Tua, and Drake May. My running backs were Kenneth Walker, Zach Moss, Kendre Miller, Ty Chandler, Tyler Algier, Audric Estime, and Will Shipley. My wide receivers were Tyreek Hill, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed, Jerry Jeudy, and KJ Osborne. And then my tight ends were Mark Andrews, Cole Kmet, and Jatavian Sanders. So I was basically just value hounding in this room, where Kenneth Walker went at 6'9", which on FFPC, the running backs go way earlier. So getting him at this price was a pretty absurd value. Kendre Miller was a big value. All of the running backs go earlier on FFPC. So I got some nice prices on these guys. Same with the wide receivers, like getting Nico in the mid third, Diggs at the end of the fourth, Flowers in the fifth, Reed in the seventh. So I was just living my value hound life here. Tight end was hoping to get kind of another more premium guy in there. I would have loved to have been able to get like a Kittle and a Bowers and go a little bit more bully, but just wasn't in the cards the way the tight ends were coming off the room. So just taking a couple value stabs there. Cole Kmet at 11.4, which I felt good about, because immediately after Cole Kmet went, it was like all of the dust balls, your Dawson Knoxes of the world were going immediately after that. So kind of caught the end of a tier there, but yeah, happy with how that team turned out. There is a stream of that on the Ship Chasing channel if you'd like to check that out. Look at this. The Jawar Jordan steam is already coming because of that joke. Well, speaking of who is already here, it is none other than RotoViz's Shawn Siegele. Let's get ready for the Best Ball Banana Stand. All right, welcome to the Best Ball Banana Stand, a weekly show hosted by me, Pete Overzet, where I'm joined by RotoViz's Shawn Siegele. We hop in a Best Ball Mania 5 draft. We stress test our ideas. We navigate crazy wide receiver rooms. Last week, we built one of the most extreme versions of a zero RB room you will ever see. Who knows what is in store for today? Shawn, welcome back to the Banana Stand.
Yeah, and after looking through that team a little bit more closely, and then also, I mean, it's not really news, but hypotheses from beat writers, it seems like that team is set up nicely to score some running back points.
Yeah, Shawn, referencing one of our picks last week was Jaleel McLaughlin. I do kind of want to get your thoughts on that report. People have been trying to weigh like how much, credibility there is to it. The beat reporter basically floating, he thought there was one roster spot available for Javonte Williams and Samaje Perine. And it's kind of, how do you want to interpret that? For some people, it's like, holy cow, Javonte Williams is overvalued if he's fighting for a roster spot. On the other hand, most people have assumed that Perine was going to be a cut casualty. So that would actually make sense. So I assume you saw that report. How are you thinking about it?
Yeah, it's one of those where every little drip of information does unsettle our confidence in Javonte Williams a little bit more. But there was certainly a lot of this, during OTAs as well, where different people are like, he's running with the third team. That can't be good. And I think that's baked in to an extent, right? Because if he were going to be the starter in this particular offense, he'd be much, much more expensive. And then the other thing you mentioned too, has there been a point this offseason where there seemed like there was any chance for Perine to make the squad? Obviously there's a chance because he does a certain thing very, very well. And that would be the one thing that could really undermine our whole Denver Broncos thesis, would be having a player who almost certainly can't get to legitimate value on his own, siphoning 100+ points, which is possible. So, hopefully it doesn't work out that way, but it certainly, we're also now into a spot where McLaughlin and also Estime, they're pretty undervalued.
Yeah, that's kind of how I was processing it. And I was saying to people before, like, even if you don't think that report should move the needle, it will move the needle in the market. And so I would just want to kind of chill on Javonte a little bit, see where he settles before continuing to just kind of pile in. In my first draft this morning, he went at pick like 122. So maybe about 10 picks past his ADP. So I will be interested to see where he settles. And yeah, it's this tough thing, right? This time of year where how closely do we hold to our priors or stick to our priors, and how much do we react to new information? I know last year I was probably a little stubborn with Rashad Penny stuff, despite stuff like he was a guy that they kept saying was on the roster bubble there and might not factor into their plans as much as they want. And yet every time we get into the 9th, 10th round, I'm like, man, Rashad Penny sure looks good here. So I do want to make sure I'm not making that mistake again with a guy like Javonte.
It's also a case where you hope that if they don't plan to play him, that they do release him. And one of the reasons why, I didn't really move my ranking for Williams very much, in part because I felt like he already had this sort of dual value where he's wildly undervalued, if in fact just probably still the slightly most likely thing happens, which is that he takes a bunch of carries, gets those designed receptions that he got last year. The offense is better, and maybe it's not a big win, but you're probably still fine. The other thing is there are a lot of teams that have very poor running back depth charts. Yeah. And if he were to be released, it might even be better for his value. And so I don't think that you need to be, super scared of him unless we get to that point where they decide to not cut him, but also completely bench him. That would be the truly nightmare outcome for Williams.
All right, Shawn, I hopped us in a draft here. This is a Best Ball Mania 5 draft. We're aiming for this $1.5 million top prize, and the influencer gods are shining their face upon us because we got the 101 here, Shawn. Always a fun spot to be. You do have CeeDee Lamb as 101 in your ranks, which I did just upload here so we can see those as we go throughout the draft. What do you think? Do you grab a CMC share here, or do we get our guy CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah, it completely depends on what direction you want to go. We had Bjorn Yang Barnett put out a great piece on hero running back in the last couple of days. I do think obviously it's viable if you can be very disciplined after you take a CMC, a Robinson, a Breece Hall to then go through your receiver picks. We've had some trouble in these drafts where they just get so unbelievably receiver heavy that it still is a bit of an issue. I do have Lamb as the top guy. I think the next 3 picks also, when you look at tactics, are probably also receivers, but you'll never get me upset about taking a Christian McCaffrey here.
Yeah, I am going to select CeeDee Lamb for us, and I did now start loading in my BBM exposures here, and you'll notice I'm at 12% CMC, which feels great. I'm only at 4.9% CeeDee Lamb with just some of the weird dynamics with my draft slot. And also a lot of times that I had 1-2, CeeDee Lamb goes 101 in those drafts, which has pushed me to more CMC. So it's, I love getting CMC, but I also just being underweight CeeDee Lamb just does not feel good. So I feel like this is a good opportunity to lock him up while we can.
Yeah. And his floor ceiling situation, obviously absolutely fantastic. That's why he is going in this range. He's really the one guy who, if you were to say he could put together the greatest reality and fantasy season of all time at receiver, there are other players who could probably do it. Tyreek Hill, if he got actually some more help from his teammates and they didn't score quite as many running back touchdowns, then maybe you get into that range. You'd certainly love to see Jamar Chase bounce back. But Lamb just, even Hill, Jefferson, Chase, those guys, I think he has gapped pretty significantly.
Yeah. And there's all kinds of other, nice kind of benefits to the CeeDee Lamb. You can kind of control the room on Dak Prescott and sometimes get really good values on him. It does, again, give you a little bit more flexibility as far as picking off some running back values you like. I just did a draft, the one right before this, Shawn. I took JT at the end of the second round, but then it was a room where both Pacheco and Etienne were big fallers, and I scooped those guys up at the 4-5 turn and kind of did a hyper fragile team, which again, I normally don't do around here, but it was fun to kind of stack up some fun running backs there. And then, kind of debating, like if you could go back, would you switch, the JT pick? But I've been enjoying getting some JT here when he falls to the end of the second round.
And his ADP still pretty aggressive, but obviously in individual drafts, he's one of those names as a risky early running back that you can just see absolutely fall through.
Yep. I know I'm excited. We'll save some of the stuff towards the end of the draft. You've had a couple recent pieces up on the site that are really fun thought exercises, starting to zone in on some of your zero RB targets. We won't spoil them this early in the draft. We do see in this specific draft, JT comes off the board here at 16. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Otherwise, you get that Drake London, Marvin Harrison turn. Devontae Adams does go to the Garrett Wilson drafter there. Who knows? Maybe they're playing for that Devontae Adams to the Jets trade. But otherwise, business as usual here in the second round. Did you draft any BBM teams over the weekend, Shawn? Anything new you're noticing in your rooms?
I didn't do as many. This was an FFPC weekend. And so kind of moving back in this direction, following obviously the news early. I don't think there's anything that moves the needle that much. Looking at where Jordan Addison has kind of settled, I think that part is interesting since he was one of my big targets before the problem happened. We've got a lot of good options here.
Yeah, we do. Malik Nabers, Devon Achane, Devontae Smith, any of these wide receivers, Diggs, Kupp. Have we done Achane together? I feel like we haven't had an Achane team in a while. That could be fun for one of the picks.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take him.
And then which wide receiver do you like here?
Let's go with a Nabers share.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to hear you talk about Nabers. It's funny. I was mentioning, I've been doing some videos on the Deposit Kingdom channel. I just did a video. I actually worked with Michael Dubner and David Philippi on some of the research. And I put my favorite player in third round as Malik Nabers. And the video now it's doing well enough that a lot of people who aren't, wide receiver obsessed have found the video, and I'm getting a ton of pushback over there. People telling me Malik Nabers is a 5th, 6th round value, all of this stuff. I've done my best to defend the position, but defend the Malik Nabers ADP here. Why is he a smash pick at the 2-3 turn?
Well, it's interesting that you couch it in those terms, because one of the things that I have noticed is that these rookies are starting to fall. All of a sudden we get into camp and I'm getting Marvin Harrison, again, individual drafts, but quite a bit later. Malik Nabers sometimes quite a bit later, especially doing it with the fast clock. It was entertaining because it seemed like given just 5 fewer seconds to think about it, people couldn't get themselves onto Nabers. And then some of those guys in that 6-7 range as well falling. Nabers, I have said, I think is similar to, if not a slightly better prospect than Marvin Harrison. You go through and he's probably not as polished. He's probably not as safe. That being said, across the rest of the types of peripherals, his numbers are better. I think he might be an even better athlete. You and I love Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale does somehow continue to sneak in as one of my highest drafted players. And yet there's a really easy case to make that Nabers has far less competition for targets than Marvin Harrison does. And, we're probably still in the range where you can't trust the reports. You're going to need to see him out there actually making good throws, looking comfortable. But it sounds like Daniel Jones is going to be okay.
Yeah.
And if he gets a decent training camp in, I think that team is going to be off to the races. I mean, you think about what they did. It's just so easy to focus on the small sample last year where things went wrong, then Daniel Jones gets hurt, and not think about the fact that this is a team that won a playoff game with Daniel Jones where the top receivers were Isaiah Hodgins and Richie James. And I mean, this team is just going to be loaded compared to that. So when you look at all of the different ways that could pan out and you think about who are the other best picks in that range, Cooper Kupp, Stephon Diggs, I think really are pretty separated for me. I think last week we maybe did the Lamb Devontae Smith build. And that was one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to go in a fun, slightly different direction today.
Yeah.
Nabers just has immense upside compared to the rest of these guys going in rounds 3 and 4. I mean, I think in some ways you start to get more exciting players again in round 5.
Yeah, and I think the thing, with Nabers too, like there are really strong picks here, but I think you can make the case that all of them are going to either have significant target competition. Maybe you have some age concerns. I mean, it's like Kupp with Puka, Devontae with AJ Brown, DK Metcalf with Lockett and JSN, DJ Moore with Keaton and Robe, Diggs with Dell and Nico. I mean, these are not like super clean spots for an alpha target share. Whereas like Malik Nabers, it's about as clean as you're going to get as far as him being able to just absolutely dominate targets in that offense. And then you combine that with not only his production in college, but just his otherworldly athleticism. I think he was 38th all time on RAS score as far as athleticism for wide receivers coming into the league. So man, I feel like you're getting the full picture with him. And yeah, I will continue to click him at an elevated clip. We're about to pick at the 4-5 turn. We started with CeeDee Lamb, then grabbed Etienne and Nabers. Looking at ADP, it's Etienne and McBride, which is also at the top of your ranks. There's also Kincaid, some wide receivers. What do you think we do here?
Yeah, I would go with McBride, and then I don't know if there is a better ADP play at wide receiver that you're wanting to get, or I mean, it's always kind of a fun time to click on a Xavier Worthy.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do Xavier Worthy. A lot of times we click Jaden Reed in this range. Let's pull up Xavier Worthy here, pictured yesterday, just catching this insane throw by Patrick Mahomes at training camp. The excitement is already building. Also some flowery reports on Hollywood Brown. Talk to me about Xavier Worthy, because this is where he kind of flew up to immediately following kind of like the draft and obviously on the heels of his combine and all of that. Then he kind of like chilled out a bit, and sometimes you can get him in the mid-6. Talk about pulling him up here, though, to the 4-5 turn.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know exactly why his ADP took that little plateau / swoon / whatever you want to call it. It's almost something where you wonder if having the little news piece next to hit the name saying hamstring in it for, a month and a half is something, that's going to push you down 4 or 5 slots. Worthy's a guy where it was just a miracle that the Chiefs were able to get him. There were some other interesting offenses that had him as a priority and for whatever reason went a different direction. There were some offenses that got to draft and did take receivers who are probably not as good. One of the things that teams wanted with him is this opportunity to create that Miami Dolphins dynamic where you can get the ball in the player's hands and he goes the whole distance, right? You want to be able to create those big plays. The Chiefs had to run far too many plays per possession last year in order to score. Because you have Patrick Mahomes, they're still very efficient. They end up kind of lucking out and their defense rises up to be this just fantastic unit in the postseason, and they win another Super Bowl. But to accomplish the three-peat, they have to have a lot more dynamism. I mean, Worthy is going to be the fastest receiver in the NFL. And that's going to allow them to do some of the things that McCole Hardman did as a rookie before it became obvious that he just really couldn't play. And with Worthy, I think you're going to get a little bit more at all 3 levels. You're going to get some manufactured touches underneath. Certainly, he can get behind the defense. You're going to get some long touchdowns that way. He's also a guy where if you can get him the ball at the intermediate level, the guys are just going to lose the angle. And so you're going to have some intermediate depth passes that turn into long touchdowns because he just runs away from people. And, there are only a handful of receivers who can legitimately do that kind of thing. Obviously, Tyreek Hill is one, which is why he's such a game-breaking force for the Dolphins. Worthy, I think, a little bit better than people realize. He did have some meaningful warts in his portfolio in the final season. And he had the hand issues previously, which in his second year has this just insane air yards number with very little ability to convert those. When you're looking at it with Andy Reid, with Patrick Mahomes, a player who can generate that type of, air yard profile, target depth with a number of targets. And with those guys, the upside is just pretty insane. I think he should be a lot more expensive. And I have no problem with us taking him early, even though obviously we did reach quite a bit.
Yeah. And I think It's funny. I was going to say, maybe he's a little more unique at the 4-5 turn, but I've watched my buddy Davis Maddock take Xavier Worthy at the 4-5 turn plenty of times too. But yeah, I mean, once you get in this range here, we see Rome gets pulled up in this draft to 54. Reed kind of right at ADP, Hollywood Brown, Ridley, Godwin, Hopkins, and then Rice does come off the board here at 63 as we enter the 6th round. I do think we're in, a relatively flat tier that there's not, a huge opportunity cost. I guess the interesting thing in this draft is Travis Etienne falling all the way to pick 55. This drafter gets a Brees, Olave, Laporta, Christian Kirk, Etienne start, which is pretty fun to be able to pair even Kirk with Etienne, just knowing that that's kind of hard to do based on ADPs these days.
Yeah, Travis Etienne had some trouble as a runner last year, but I was kind of blown away. I mean, that he played pretty decently as a receiver. As I was diving into some of the receiving peripherals for running backs for some articles this past week, shocked just how good he was last season in that portion of it. I think Travis Etienne still an elite talent. If we hadn't taken Achane, I would have liked him where we selected.
All right, we're on the clock. JSN and Brian Thomas fly off the shelves. You got lots of running backs by ADP. Rashad White, Kenneth Walker, Jordan Addison, Jamison Williams are the highest wide receivers in your ranks. What play do you think we do here?
I would probably go with a couple of receivers. If there is a better ADP value than my rankings, I'm fine to go that way.
Let's grab Jordan Addison. We can also kind of talk through that a little bit. His ADP's obviously been falling. Yeah, I guess it would be, we did Keon Coleman last week. It looks like it'd be Keon Coleman versus Jamison Williams. I don't know if we have any kind of week 16 or week 17 considerations there for either. So you like Jamison here as the other pick?
I probably do, but he's kind of that cliff edge situation. So if you prefer a running back, almost always, I've got a lot of Jamison Williams, but it is a consideration that those are almost all teams with 49ers.
Yeah. At the last second, I switched us to Kenneth Walker. Another guy that I think is a pretty big target. I think he's a fun pair with Achane. And this is kind of like the idea I've been thinking about a lot lately of making, I think I'd rather take the stab on a guy like Walker there. Maybe if we had only had 3 wide receivers there, then it's like, all right, let's get the 4th, but getting Addison there, which we should definitely talk about. I think in general, my approach with Addison is going to be to chill out a little bit just to see where his ADP settles. But what do you think about suspension implications? And then, obviously it's kind of obvious what he does for this team as far as us needing some more wide receiver firepower, but how are you thinking through those new potential risks with him?
Yeah, so the first thing just globally is I'm really trying to get to 5 receivers through 7. And we needed a receiver to do that. But I mean, Keon Coleman and Jamison Williams are the 2 guys right across that break for me, to where if you didn't get to 5 before that, then you don't actually need to push it, because there are a couple of additional names that allow you to accomplish something similar. You and I have been in a situation where we've gotten a shot at McConkey in 7, certainly Christian Watson in 7, JSN in 7. Those guys didn't come through to us here, which, you go back and you look at the Achane pick and wonder if maybe you should have done that one differently. But again, I mean, it's Devon Achane. He's not undervalued in this format like he is in some others. He's still just a wild and fun pick. When you look at Jordan Addison, I did move him down 13 spots from where I had him before the incident. That still, for me, leaves him way above ADP. I thought he was wildly undervalued. The guys from that second year perspective, where I anticipate them making a big jump, would be Jaden Reed, Jordan Addison, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. The thesis for all 3 players is slightly different, and yet they all give you a shot at beating ADP by 2 to 3 rounds, which is what we're going for in these picks. Now, if you get a veteran who is also undervalued and is safer, you can mix those in, right? So we're trying to mix in the different types of profiles that we have in these first 7 rounds as we're getting to our 5 receivers. But Addison, somebody I think compares somewhat favorably to Calvin Ridley when he was a young player behind a Julio Jones. The problem that you have, in addition now to whatever suspension might be the case, is the specter of very poor quarterback play with the Vikings. And yet it's a weird deal where I do think that the skepticism that the Vikings themselves have about JJ McCarthy, I mean, some of the things with that selection have become, I think, even more bizarre, where the Vikings went ahead and made a pick that they didn't like. They used an early round 1 selection on a quarterback that they don't believe is a star. That creates an additional chance that the also very underwhelming veteran plays for a big chunk of the year. If you're not having the rookie QB rushed and you get the underwhelming veteran, but in an offense that is still going to be somewhat dynamic based on the receiving talents, the coaching staff, all of that kind of thing, I think that, again, we have this exploitable element about his price that we want to lean into, because there is a scenario as well where Sam Darnold also actually plays quite well. And you can't really benefit from it with Justin Jefferson because he's still just so expensive. If the Vikings offense hits, Jordan Addison is going to be the guy who's the winner.
Yeah. And that also reminds me, another really good piece up on RotoViz recently. Blair Andrews did kind of a refresh on the year 2 breakout thesis and kind of going back, looking at that data. Is it still relevant? Are year 2 wide receivers the ones who break out at the highest clip relative to other, veteran age groups? The answer is yes. Year 2 is still where we see the most breakouts. And then he goes through all of the candidates who haven't already broken out yet, because some of these guys already have. So yeah, that's a really good article, and we'll give you some thoughts on potential targets in fades. Although, did you notice he did put JSN more in an ambiguous bucket there as not a clear second-year breakout target?
Yeah, we're trying to keep ourselves in check on JSN, that's for sure.
So do you want to do Dak on this team? I know he's slightly lower in the rankings. What else do you see here on this board?
Well, you and I have discussed that I do like Njoku. We could do an additional, we could do 2 QBs here and take a fun player in addition to Dak. One of the things that I'm seeing, especially with my particular rankings, this is a massive dead spot to where, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a bummer that there aren't players that we would like at this juncture. The ADP picks, I have no interest in. So if you have a big reach guy you want to make, we could do that. If you like Njoku, if you want to go for, a Jaden Daniels, I think those are all fun plays.
Let's see. Have we done a Jaden Daniels team in a while? I feel like we haven't.
Been a bit.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do Jaden Daniels here. Just give us a little bit more. Can be done at quarterback. We get this Dak, Jaden Daniels. We have Etienne and Kenneth Walker. We got our 4 wide receivers: CeeDee Lamb, Malik Nabers, Xavier Worthy, and Jordan Addison. We got Trey McBride. Lots of backdoor stacking options with Jaden Daniels there. And I do find myself, like, when I feel like the board is really flat like that, getting one of the onesies, I think definitely feels good. And I think we could have gone Njoku for sure there. More backdoor stacking options, but I like the Jaden Daniels Dak pairing there for us.
Yeah, and I tend to target certainly the QBs in the window. We've discussed that on the show, but also the guys toward the end of the window, except for these situations where I simply don't like running backs and wide receivers unless I make a big reach, the way that you can show some of that ADP discipline, if it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't make sense to show that. You actually do want to reach for somebody who's a good fit for your roster, but that's the time to go ahead and get Jaden Daniels, who, if you have your team set up very nicely from a stacking perspective with your early wide receiver picks, then in most cases, that's going to actually have pushed you off of Jaden Daniels. And at least for me, I mean, he's the guy who could just break fantasy football. I don't want to let myself get pushed off of him too much simply because of other things I'm doing earlier in the draft.
Yeah. And that's how I've been playing Daniels. I had just clicked him in basically every draft at the start. And now I've just kind of been taking him at ADP and in spots where it makes sense. And I think here with our 2 running backs already, locking up quarterback there looks pretty nice. And yeah, avoid this kind of dead zone area for wide receivers. And we also keep, running back slots in the chamber. I think in my first draft, right, like I had those 3 early ones and then I only took one more. I just couldn't afford to spend any more spots on running back. Whereas with this 2 running back start, we still could easily, get to 5 or 6 running backs if it made the most sense for this team.
And usually there are going to be some structural things that prevent you from accomplishing some of these other objectives. But one of the elements that I like about this particular team is that, it's not as true about quarterback, but at the rest of the positions, we're very well set up to take best player available. If you're not being pushed in the direction of a certain position in rounds 10 through 18, then you do have that flexibility to take the guys who come to you in that particular draft. And that's a great flexibility to have here, especially when we're on the edge where, we pick twice in a row and then so many things happen before we're up again.
Yep. Yeah. Someone was asking me at the top, where my favorite spot to draft is. And it's still, more in the middle, early middle, 1-4, 1-5, 1-6, and just being able to play those runs a little bit more, being a little more receptive to what the room is doing. It's, I definitely like how that plays out. Even last night in my pros versus Joe's draft, being at the 104, I was really able to grab some nice values, and I never felt panicked at a position where sometimes you're on the turn and it's like you're either feeling like you have to make a big reach, you're trying to get ahead of a positional run, and while it doesn't mean you can't build strong teams, it's just not as ideal as getting to kind of survey the whole landscape.
Yeah, I think that you tend to find that the most exciting teams in many cases come out of the 101 or 102, but even with all of the advantages that 101 and 102 give you, from having that star in the first round to having an early player in round 3, in round 5, in round 7, because we have that wide receiver cliff at the 6-7 turn. There's still plenty of drafts out of that spot where you get to the end and you're thinking about how those runs really did adversely affect you, and you weren't able to do things structurally that you normally do from more comfortable positions in the middle.
So we are almost up here in the 10th round. We see some running backs come off the board here. Benson, Singletary, Gus Edwards, Dontavian Wicks, Jacoby Myers, the wide receivers. Jordan Love falls a bit here to 117. Nice value there for our friend Snatch. Catchers, Brandon Cooks comes off the board, and we'll see what MP does here before we pick at the turn. Javonte Williams, the faller. Judy goes. A.D. Mitchell seems like a nice selection for us here at ADP in this room. He's also near the top of your ranks. I'm just going to throw him in the queue. What else are you noticing? Javonte, the faller, anything else?
No, the Mitchell was the one I was looking at to go with Nabers there. They're talking him up as the potential wide receiver 1 in that offense, which would be pretty crazy. Do we have any other? Judy was the player I was hoping to get back around. We don't really have another receiver option that we like there. No. So
no, we could
probably hitting another running back. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's nothing at tight end right now. So let's see your rank. Yeah. We can grab the Javonte fall. We could pull up a guy like Blake Corum opposite McBride in 17. You got Jerome Ford here. Charbonnet. What do you think is the play?
Let's go with Corum.
Yeah.
Because we have those 2 early guys, I think he's a much better fit than he is usually. He's one of those players where the contingent upside is so massive and so interesting, and yet the teams that I build, he's usually not a good fit for. Kind of fun having him on this roster.
Yeah, just saying, like in those true zero RB builds where you're going to need a little bit more of that production, knowing it's probably likely he's not hitting our lineup too much. And yet in this, when you have kind of the earlier running backs, he makes sense. Yeah, I've really liked him as a running back 4 or 5 on a team where you have some early running backs, because like you said, it just seems so binary. He's either probably going to not contribute much or just be a smash league winner. So our team here through 11 rounds, we got Dak and Jaden Daniels at quarterback, up to 3 running backs with Achan, Kenneth Walker, and Blake Corum. We have our 5 wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Nabers, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, and A.D. Mitchell, and our tight end, Trey McBride. I feel like, it was getting a little dicey there at the 6-7 turn when we did the Addison Walker, kind of missing out on guys like JSN and Brian Thomas, who will often be there in some other drafts. But I feel like these past 2 turns have kept us on track in a way that makes this team look pretty solid.
Yeah, to be able to get Mitchell more or less right at ADP, not have to reach for him compared to some other plays. I was hoping, man, the Dolphins there with their Achane selection, I was really hoping to get Judy. If we could have gotten Judy and Mitchell as the 2 picks at 10-11, we would have been all set.
Yeah, I got Judy as just an insane faller in that Pros vs. Joe's draft last night. But obviously on Underdog, there are these teams. Let's see what MP had done. Yeah, he was a CMC drafter, had also taken Mixon, Moss, and Zamir White. So was needing to swing back to wide receivers there with only 3 through the first 9 rounds. So yeah, it seemed like we were going to lose one of 80 or Judy there. You do mention another bonus with the 80 Mitchell. We have him opposite Nabers in week 17 with that Indy and Giants game, which is a fun little wrinkle there. And then seeing here. Yeah. So got these 5 wide receivers. I think the Lamb, Nabers, Worthy, Addison, and Mitchell, still a pretty solid collection of wide receivers there through 11.
Yeah. And especially with the roster flexibility we have, the decisions we've made at quarterback, there are going to be some compelling plays late. Pete, this is one of the teams where we don't have a second dynamic tight end. One of the names I had been planning to float, and he's going at the 11-12 turn, which he also did in this draft, was Freiermuth. Even though it probably doesn't make that much difference, but get across from Worthy in week 17. Is Freiermuth somebody that you like to put into some of these teams as your tight end too? Is he a guy where if you haven't taken any, that he starts out your 3 tight end builds?
Yeah, I would say I do like Freiermuth a good bit. You know, a lot of the other tight ends who go in this range, I'm almost only thinking about them if they're correlated. You know, Goddard with Hurts, Schultz with Stroud, Cole Kmet with Caleb Williams. At Freiermuth, 1, because it's a little hard to know who to stack him with, but 2, I think he does work as a standalone piece. And I think if you are trying to combat the elite tight ends, like I love the pairings of like a Bowers with Pat Freiermuth. Like that seems like a way, if you were going to try to keep pace with those elite tight end teams, a duo you could do it with. And with all of the uncertainty with the wide receiver 2 in Pittsburgh right now, it does seem like that points to Freiermuth being an even surer bet than we might have anticipated. We're about to pick here, Shawn, at the 12-13 turn, you know, looking at wide receivers. I don't know if you would make an exception for a Dotson. You have him buried in your ranks, so probably not even on a Jane Daniels team. We also have some interesting running back names, basically all of the rookies here in McLaughlin. What do you like?
Yeah, I would go with him as one of the picks after we did pass on that Williams opportunity. And then the other selection, I think, would... What are the buys that we have there?
So we got
currently
at buys at running back, we have 6, 10, 6. So we have 2 6s here with Achane and Corum, otherwise 10, 14, and 6.
I probably would still take that Marshawn Lloyd play. Enough of an ADP gap between him and, say, Ray Davis, who, you know, might otherwise be a little better fit. But I mean, I guess I think that's just going to be an almost not even split between Jacobs and Lloyd, but Lloyd should be more expensive. We have now this, I think, a good mix of 3 young veterans at running back and then 2 rookies who, you know, would just be off to the races if anything happened in their backfields. The other tiny little thing with the Lloyd pick is, you know, off of our Jordan Addison selection earlier.
Yeah, so we're up to 5 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 2 quarterbacks, and 1 tight end. So we got Dak and Jaden. We got Achane, Kenneth Walker, Blake Corum, Jaleel McLaughlin, and Marshawn Lloyd. Our wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Nabers, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, AD Mitchell, and tight end Trey McBride. Will you talk a little bit about Dotson? He is someone I don't take a lot either. I do sometimes break ties in favor of getting a share of him if I'm getting past ADP and correlated with the quarterback. But what has you so spooked on Dotson? He was a guy that we were clicking a lot last year in drafts.
And sometimes you can get caught in this sort of emotional dynamic where when someone burns you so badly, you overly penalize him. But this is a player who was overdrafted, shouldn't have been a first-round pick, much less a mid-first-round pick. He does go out there and look dynamic as a rookie, scores touchdowns. The fit there looked pretty good. But even then, as a rookie, when he's scoring those touchdowns, the ability to really draw targets was somewhat limited. Blair had a fantastic article last season looking at the fact that there's no way, shape, or form in which you're going to ignore the ability to draw targets or simply hone in on people who have scored touchdowns. But there is a dynamic that happens in 2023, 2024 with fantasy football where people can get really extreme in terms of thinking touchdowns don't matter at all, and that all we're going to really look at are targets per route or yards per route. Blair's had some fantastic pieces helping our subscribers understand how that's actually exploitable, right? And that some of these things that people are really tied to are helping you predict ADP more than the actual fantasy scoring, that you want to consider those touchdowns, that type of thing. So that was part of the thesis for Dotson, along with this potential second-year breakout, where you think about the elements of the article that you just referenced that Blair got up this weekend. And there was an interesting breakout thesis for him that, Pete, we got the very, very far other end of the result from that. I think that now we're in the position where, knowing that he was overdrafted in the reality draft and then seeing what he's done through 2 years, and then considering the pieces that they've added, and also being a little bit worried about what the just overall volume might be in that Washington passing offense. You would hate to get burned both directions where, one year you take too much and he doesn't do anything. The next year you're completely out and he scores okay. But even at this price, I think there are a lot of other things that you want to prioritize before you get down to clicking Jahan Dotson.
Yep. That makes sense. And that's why I always, it's fun, the different drafting styles. Cause I definitely find myself, I will sometimes scoop those ADP correlated values, but I like how you always say on the straight and narrow with your player evals and not wanting to compromise by, maybe a fake value, because relative to your ranks, he is still not a value there. So as we head to the 14-15 turn, we're good at quarterback, pretty good at running back. Now we're largely going to be looking at wide receiver and tight end the rest of the way, which is a nice spot to be in here. I think there's some wide receiver upside selections for us. There's some tight end darts as well. So I think we will be in good shape the rest of the way here. And we actually have lots of kind of teammates available too for some of our early selections as far as building out some correlated picks here. J.K. Dobbins comes off the board. There goes Wan'Dale Robinson. We got both of the Broncos wide receivers are here. I also worry in this room. I don't know how high you are on Luke McCaffrey with like a Jaden Daniels. Not sure he would come back to 192. What do you like doing here?
Well, with the one tight end, to me, one of our picks needs to be Sinnott.
Yes. And so maybe that's the better way to go about the stacking angle, knowing that that's the more pressing need. So I do grab Sinnott there. What do you like for this next pick? One of these Broncos receivers?
I think so. That's the exciting way to play it. I have them very close together. We've kind of discussed how different hypothesis for both players, but similar in terms of, what the odds are. The ADP play would be Franklin, and I still really like him as a player with extreme upside.
Yeah, let's grab Franklin there. We pair him with McLaughlin, and we pair Sinnott with Jaden Daniels. So getting a couple of correlated picks there. Now up to 6 wide receivers and 2 tight ends. I did Yeah, I feel like Franklin has definitely been a fixture of my teams lately. I was looking at what was my BBM percentage on him? Yeah, at almost 15%, at least after this pick. So a guy I'm clicking a good bit here. Are you, man, it's so funny, like thinking about the Broncos lately, they just seem like one of the more wide open teams from so many angles, the wide receiver room, the running back room. If Sean Payton's going to be able to make this work with Bo Nix, like how wide a range of outcomes do you think this Denver team has as far as like real life implications of being an okay team to, could they be a bad NFL team, but still deliver us some really nice fantasy performances?
Well, it's been entertaining kind of following the news around them where some of their players are very offended by how lowly their ranks are from a full team perspective on different sites. I guess I think there's a decent floor when you consider that, and some of this was just sort of fluky game outcomes where they probably should have been a worse squad. But I mean, they were able to manage games around Russell Wilson. And I know anytime that I say stuff like that, people will come back and be like, well, Russell Wilson's stats were actually pretty good. Like, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think that Bo Nix is going to be fine. So you work through some of those elements. You talked about how wide open it is. We tend to focus on the weirdness that can happen with the running back depth chart. I mean, do you think it's completely cleared up that Cortland Sutton is on this team in week 1?
Well, I mean, so you were saying maybe he would be a trade candidate?
There have been so many things with him not really, from a contract perspective, from, I think as he gets older, feeling like the team is not going to be where he wants it to be and be competitive. And certainly if you're building something like the Broncos believe that they are, if one of your veterans doesn't think you're going to get there, then you would just as soon ride with other people, I think. And so much comes back to the very weird season from Marvin Mims where they try to explain it away, and yet it was a red flag.
Yeah, I know. And that I definitely, obviously the ADP kind of, reflects that with these Denver guys, but that's always the thing I have back in my head too, when I, select these guys, 173, Franklin, 180. And it's just like, it is scary that Sean Payton had a full year with him. And I don't even know you can say couldn't figure out a way to use him. It wasn't like he was trying things. Like he was just not trying, which is pretty concerning and does take a leap of faith that, oh yeah, now because he said he played the Jerry Jeudy role and Jerry Judy's gone, now he has a plan for him. To me, that would maybe more indicate Marvin Mims isn't who Sean Payton wants him to be. Now, this is to say, I still click Marvin Mims a good bit, but I do really like kind of leaning toward Franklin when everything else is equal there. But yeah, I had not heard someone float the Sutton idea there. I'm worried if Sutton isn't on this team, we're going to see an ungodly amount of Josh Reynolds. I'll tell you
that. If Sutton's not on the team, are you second guessing a few of your Bo Nix shares?
No, I don't think so. All right, we do. Luke McCaffrey does come back here. Jalen Tolbert is also here if we want to have a couple stacking stuff as far as that. What do you think the play is?
Yeah, McCaffrey is not somebody I'm targeting that heavily, but I do think it makes sense for this team. So I would be very happy going that route. I tried to limit my Devontae Walker by only taking him with Texans, which we don't have set up. But it's also a case where if I don't have early receivers, then I sometimes take him. Yeah.
Can we have this conversation? And because he double correlates with both of our quarterbacks, I know you're not going to be mad about a Will Shipley click, right?
No. Will Shipley to the moon, right?
Okay, so I'm going to make this click. I mean, positionally, I think we're fine at running back, but I do want to have the Will Shipley conversation with Shawn. And also, Dallas week 17 versus Philly, Washington week 16 versus Philly. I think getting a double whammy bring back there with Will Shipley. And Shawn just penned a very long, fun article about kind of the different scenarios that could play out potentially this year for Will Shipley, specifically as it pertains to Saquon Barkley, who you've also written about being a potential landmine pick. So talk a little bit about the Shipley thesis. And the other way I'll frame this too is on our very first Best Ball Mania draft, we took Will Shipley. So we've been consistent here with our love for the Eagles rookie back.
So I may end up being just completely out on a limb that gets chopped off and look silly with Shipley. It's in some ways it's more of a 2025 or 2026 play. But I did write this big article about Saquon Barkley, which I always hate to write the negative articles because I don't like to root against people. Certainly if you say you can't draft somebody and then they dominate, you look silly in a way that just writing positive pieces doesn't necessarily have that effect in the same way. But the more that I dug into Barkley, the more he looks like one of these guys who is well into his decline phase. And the other element there is just Philadelphia's offense is not nearly as conducive to his profile as maybe it seems superficially. However, Will Shipley is another little piece at the back that potentially causes problems. You think about what he's like, and the two players that really jump out are Alvin Kamara and Tony Pollard. Now, the thing that you always want to note when you're working through these things is that Kamara hit, just an astronomical outcome, a 99th percentile outcome. Pollard has hit an above average outcome as well. It doesn't mean that everybody like them is going to do that. But Shipley is someone who, because his final season rushing production and rushing peripherals weren't particularly good, is being really penalized, even though he's a player who's a formerly elite recruit. He had strong first two seasons. His receiving numbers continue to be very strong. That was one of the elements with both Kamara and Pollard, is that they hadn't been dynamic rushers at the college level, but they had been fantastic receivers. I mentioned that even something small with Shipley, like the rushing peripherals not being good, but you know who else had a pretty scary evasion rate? And one of the reasons why I wanted to be at least a little bit, not conservative, but just understand, Devon Achane, right? He had no problem with it, because the guys that we probably have the least concern about some of those types of things are the freak athletes. And Shipley's athletic testing coming into the draft was actually off the charts. And then the Eagles used a meaningful pick on him. It's strange to me that there's not more enthusiasm about a guy who could have that type of an outcome. It's probably more of a Pollard outcome, right? Where it's the second or third season and you've really got to work, because the contract for Barkley is going to be a problem for him. But even beyond just what he might do to create some standalone value for himself, unfortunately, a lot of running backs get hurt. I think that Shipley, there really is this scenario where Shipley is the better back right away. Oh, Pete, I think you're muted. Pete, I think you're muted here. Pete, you're muted.
Sorry, Shawn, I was muted there. We got our last pick here. Where do you think we go? We got a 2-6-7-2 build.
Do you want to add Tolbert, or would you like to add another fun rookie tight end?
Let's see. I want your choice.
Let's go with Tucker Kraft.
Okay.
No, let's go with Mayer. Can you get Mayer in there?
Crap, Shawn, I did not get it in time. I will try. I don't think I got it in at the last second. Sorry, between me having muted myself and the queue juggling there, I don't think I got it in.
Oh, I saw the big smile on your face when I made the suggestion that Will Shipley was going to be the better back right away. That made the entire draft for me right there.
I was playing out the scenario in my head. And sorry about that. What I was saying while I was muted is be sure to check out Shawn's full article, as well as the Barkley piece that's linked there as well, because those two are kind of companion pieces for helping to build that case. We do end up adding Tolbert there. Do get that double stack with Dak Prescott, and he was the top wide receiver by your ranks there. So seems fine. Although I do want to talk to me about floating the third tight end. I definitely think it could make sense. Sinnott might not see a lot of playing time early. What was going through your head with some of those potential tight end darts?
Yeah, I like the third tight end for pathways in the playoffs, in addition to just wanting tight end to be a position that I dominate on most of my teams. The data that we have, Jake Bose has been doing these fantastic simulations for us. He's got the tight end piece coming out. Really recommend that. People are going to love it. With McBride and with Senate, we probably don't need it, although the Senate pick is interesting. It's one that we wanted to do because it's correlated. And as long as we have Jaden Daniels, we want that play to really go. I do think that Daniels' thesis isn't really around his passing, and yet that rookie tight end, I think, is the guy who could launch it. Now, there's so much concern about Senate because of the depth chart there, the possibility that he gets the McBride treatment, which would not be ideal for him from a rookie perspective. When I'm discussing that pick with my co-managers in most leagues, the way that I like to sort of think through it myself is that McCollum and I on OT have mentioned Senate as being this year's Laporta. It's almost certainly not going to be that exactly, because Laporta had basically already won the starting job, was off to the races. You knew he was going to be a big target hog. We don't have that here. And yet at the same time, when you dive into some of the things that they're saying about him, they talk about how good he looked as a receiver at OTAs and that he has over time gotten himself to also be a plus blocker. I think with him, you could get either the Laporta version or you get the McBride version. Now you're thinking McBride, I mean, that's not that bad, except that they had him blocked, and even in his second year, they didn't want to use him for the first month, despite the fact that McBride was such a fantastic, almost transcendent player. That part of it is weird. So maybe we don't get the volume that we need. You pay that price for McBride, though, and you're basically saying he's going to score for us most weeks. I think he is going to score for us most weeks. I do really like that Tolbert pick at the end. You know, someone other than CeeDee Lamb is going to have to catch a few passes for the Cowboys. And so when we have Prescott, we have Lamb, and that's probably the best pick anyway. So despite our foibles there at the end, I think we got the team that we wanted.
Yeah, and I'll recap this one here for the audio listeners. We end up with a 2-6-8-2 build. Dak Prescott and Jaden Daniels at quarterback, Devon Achane, Kenneth Walker, Blake Corum, Jaleel McLaughlin, Marshawn Lloyd, and Will Shipley. At running back, our wide receivers, CeeDee Lamb, Malik Nabers, Xavier Worthy, Jordan Addison, A.D. Mitchell, Troy Franklin, Luke McCaffrey, and Jalen Tolbert. And then our tight ends, Trey McBride, Ben Sinnott. Definitely like a different style team, I think, than we normally build. But what I think is fun about this team is just almost the immense upside at every position. You know, with Dak and Jaden is a great 1-2 punch. The Achane Walker, a great 1-2 punch. Lamb, Nabers, a 1-2 punch. And then Trey McBride at tight end, you know, really giving us, you know, significant positional upside across the board, which sometimes is hard to do because you are prioritizing other positions. You might have to punt quarterback, you're punting, you know, your running back. So this feels fun to get so much high-end talent along with, you know, building it out with the rest of our favorite, you know, rookies and young players.
Yeah, this is a team that is set to, you know, be among the top teams at QB, at running back, at tight end. Anytime that you have Trey McBride, I mean, he's got the most upside at that position and probably by a decent margin. So then the question is, did we do enough filling out the running back room? And it's an interesting question when you contrast the confidence that you can have in some veteran picks versus the upside that you get with rookies. If you're going to take a lot of receivers, are you more comfortable taking rookies? If you know that you're not going to get to that 5 through 7, did you actually want to have the veteran? How are you thinking through or feeling about where we are with this team at wide receiver, where we needed to create enough upside? We did that with the rookies. Maybe that creates even more downside, but you know, the difference between finishing 4th and 12th is not a big deal.
I do think about it a little bit. You know, the things though that make it feel okay for me on this roster are two things. One, I think we have a pretty strong running back room. And I think when you have that strong running back room, maybe it gives your rookie wide receivers just a little bit more breathing room to come on versus if you have a true zero RB room and all these rookie wide receivers, it's like there could be a lot of low scoring weeks at the top. And then the other thing I love is how correlated our bets are on this Dallas and Washington. And because it's done mostly via a cheap way outside of Lamb, you know, I like the idea of if the Jaden Daniels thesis hits, and granted, it will be a lot by rushing. I mean, the cost on Sinnott and Luke McCaffrey is so cheap. You tack on Tolbert. So to me, this more comes down to, do our big correlated bets around the quarterback hit? And if so, I think it'll buy us time for these rookies to really start to flash.
I'm excited about it. I love this team. It was fun to take a couple of those detours to get an HN. Walker is somebody I think is undervalued. It's hard to get him with the way that I'm drafting right now, but to have him in that spot where we didn't have another good pick, I love having that. I mentioned the rookies. We also have that potential problem where if Addison is not available for a while, then maybe again, early in the season, that receiver scoring is down. One of the things that I do, always want to push for readers, listeners, that type of thing, is to not let yourself get overly conservative. You don't want to take unnecessary risks, but you also don't want to put yourself in a position where you can't win tournaments because you were so focused on the first 3 weeks that you didn't think about the fact that your team can come from behind. Now, we know that a lot of the teams that are successful, that finish in those top 2, get out to a fast start. But I've had so many teams with 0 RB and with that emphasis on second-year receivers, that type of thing, where, week 5, week 6, they just start crushing every week. You make up big gaps and you end up gap from the rest of your 12-team league. That's the type of thing we're looking to accomplish here.
Yeah. And the other thing, when you take Nabers at 25, when you take Xavier Worthy at 49, this isn't a late season thesis with these guys. These guys are coming out of the gate and they're contributing. And I think with those 2 picks specifically, there are lots of ways I think, the AD Mitchell, the Troy Franklin, the Luke McCaffrey stuff, doesn't pan out for a while. I think all of those guys are going to get a crack at some point this season, but yeah, it could take a little bit. Whereas with Nabers and Worthy, I do think they are going to be on the field and have a chance to make plays right out of the gate. And the volume for Nabers is going to be awesome. And then just the entire offensive environment for Xavier Worthy. I don't know, that Deshaun Jackson comp, that's the one that sits in my head. I do think we're just going to see him utilized in a ton of fun ways right out of the jump.
Any team with Xavier Worthy is going to be a team that's in the mix.
Yep. And I think we did have kind of a pick, we ended up using it on Shipley. I think maybe if we didn't, have the want to have the Shipley conversation, it could have been a third tight end there too. And I kind of like pairing Sinnott with another tight end as well, even with the McBride. So that wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world. But I think, Shawn, the fact that we did do the Etienne and Walker picks, but then didn't have to reach for Mitchell, barely reached for Franklin, got an ADP value on both McCaffrey and Tolbert, to be able to round out the room like that, as opposed to, some of our drafts, like specifically last year, where we were having to really pull up wide receivers to make teams work. It feels like we didn't get punished for it in this room.
Yeah. And we talked about it sort of midway through the draft, that when you are out on the edges, sometimes you don't have the values come to you the way you want. Sometimes you get hit by runs. I felt like we got hit by runs on multiple turns in this draft. And yet, because of some of the flexibility and because of the detours that we did make, that those had cascade effects that were actually very positive. And so instead of coming out of a draft where multiple times we got to our pick and you're pulling up the board, like, well, my rankings and ADP are in 2 completely different sections here. Sometimes when you finish those drafts, it just simply doesn't look very good. And it's not that the draft couldn't work, but you're comparing it to your other teams and you're thinking, well, this is probably a weaker one. That's not a thought that I have on this roster.
Yep. Well, Shawn, as always, it is a pleasure drafting with you. We're going to bring Pat Kerrane on in a second here. Always love building out these teams, Shawn. I feel like, we're starting to get the training camp news. Things already starting to shift a little bit here on this Monday. And I think it's going to be exponential. Every Monday we draft from here on out, we're going to start getting different looks at boards. And I can't wait to see how all of this stuff shakes up the draft board.
Yeah, the training camp's absolutely fantastic. Pete, I can't wait for next Monday's draft. I think it's going to be one of the wildest ones. We have our training camp discount up on the site now. I'm going to have articles almost every day the rest of the way until week 1. So we'd love to have everybody. And
yeah, reiterate what the discount is for people who haven't had a chance to check out RotoViz.
Yeah, so it's just completely being applied to everybody's subscription. If you jump in there right now, don't even need a coupon code. Basically, we're just doing $10 off for everyone. So if you're interested in that, Blair's going to have a ton of stuff. I'm going to have a ton of stuff. We're trying to make that as easy as possible. And I appreciate you throwing that little Shipley pick in. That was a lot.
Oh, of course. Yeah. And just to reiterate, guys, I can't imagine not being subscribed to RotoViz for this home stretch here of drafting. This is before we even get into Shawn's epic 0 RB countdown list. The amount of complimentary deep dive research pieces, but with actionable information from drafts right now. It's just the perfect blend. That Blair piece is the great example where going back, updating historical data, making sure these things we've thought for a long time are still true, and then applying it to this year. So highly recommend that. And if the Shipley and Barkley discourse has you riled up, you got to go read Shawn's pieces as well. This has been the Best Ball Banana Stand with Pete and Shawn. You guys can always watch the live stream versions of this on the Pete Overs at YouTube channel, or you watch viewers can always check out the audio versions on the RotoViz airwaves or the special Best Ball Banana Stand podcast feed. Shawn, we will catch you next time here on Best Ball Breakfast. Scuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the 1s and 2s.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
All right, Pat, this is a very bad hosting move, but you're my friend, so I feel okay doing it. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. So instead of an introduction, will you introduce yourself to the crowd?
Oh my God. All right. I usually Pete tease me up. We get in the draft and we actually get going a little bit. I'll just give you a sense of where my head's at. So this morning, I got a mug of coffee, make some hot coffee, do the pour over move where you put the grounds in the filter and then you pour hot water in, and I made some coffee for myself. My wife's in there breastfeeding our daughter. I'm like, I'm gonna make her a cup as well. So I put more grounds in. I get it all ready again. Pour the hot water. Didn't switch the filter from the first mug to the second. So coffee just poured everywhere. That's how my morning got started. And first sip of the coffee, though, it is good. Coffee survived. I realized it was happening as it was happening. So I salvaged some of the second pour. Then I had to scoop. I got like a little scoop and I took some of the first cup and put it in the second to even it out. So that was how my morning's gone so far.
Jeez, Pat, you're going to ruin my coffee bit on here because now your coffee stories come with breastfeeding anecdotes as well. So, man, mine are going to really seem tame in comparison going forward. All right. Yeah. All that coffee talk. You guys are going to get a last bonus pour here. What's left in my mug. It was a violent, hurried pour. Sorry, guys. All right. Pat Kerrane, proper introduction. Thank you for vamping. How are we doing, Pat? Have you adjusted the ranks over at Leg Up for the Javonte Williams news? Are you guys entering into your war room for training camp news?
We are. The Javonte Williams one didn't really move the needle. Classic. And Reeves had a post on this of it's important to identify what you're reading. And that was very much a guy saying Javonte Williams was not statistically good last year. That's bad. Maybe he cut. And that's not that. It was in the Denver Post, but that doesn't really sway me. I want to hear Javonte Williams is not running with the ones. That would sway me a lot. That would be a big deal. So that we're looking for concrete, factual reporting from what's happening at training camp. That's why this period moves the needle. Speculation has been available, since the season ended. So that one didn't move the needle. I do really like this comment about A.D. Mitchell going to war against the spreadsheet socialists. I just want to say quickly that I think the spreadsheet socialists are gonna come around because the spreadsheet socialists are they got that little target share number on Michael Pittman way too high. I think that's gonna tick down, and A.D. Mitchell's gonna look like a good pick pretty soon.
There you go. All right. I just hopped us in a draft here. As always, Pat and I hopping in a Best Ball Mania draft. Let's see where we got. Wow, 1-4. As I was telling people, Pat, I've just been running unbelievably hot on my early draft slots. All of my draft slots, top 4 picks this morning. We will be picking from.
Do you have a favorite slot?
It's like 1-4, 1-5, 1-6, like that. Those ranges there.
Yeah, I think 1-4, 1-5. Probably 1-5 is my favorite because I do like getting Jefferson, but I don't like to reach for him over Chase. And then if you get Chase at 1.5 or Tyreek occasionally, it feels really nice.
Yep. Yeah. I just like, it's so funny now that I've layered in my exposures here, like just how it's gone. I'm light on Amon-Ra. I'm at 3.7 Amon-Ra. I'm at 13% Jefferson, 11% Chase, 13% Hill. And then I'm also light on Lamb. So I've been wanting to get a little bit of more Amon-Ra, but I'm just not taking him over Jefferson.
I'm not either.
Okay. AJ Brown, 101. Tyreek Hill here.
I think so.
All right. All right. It is go get your guys season. Duck Eye says, also reminds me, time to feed the ducks for you, sir. Thank you very much.
This guy's, I mean, what an essential part of the program this morning.
Yeah.
Duck Eye says, killing it.
Let's see here. So this drafter, my guess is they're wanting to set up something with Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts, but it's like you can get that from other spots of the board.
Yeah, it doesn't work. You have to. The move would be to take Devontae Smith in the second, because you're very likely to you'll get Hurts in the third. So, I mean, but also that's not a great. I don't love that as a start, to be honest.
No, I just got Hurts stacked up in the fifth with Devontae Smith. Because then I had this huge follower. I think it was Pacheco, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take it and push it here because I think someone behind me had a quarterback, and I was like able to pull that off. So maybe that changes, coming as we enter August. But I have a hard time pushing Hurts up right now with just the values you can get on him.
I take Hurts pretty regularly in the fourth round when I have AJ Brown, just as I feel like AJ Brown Hurts, where you're getting a second and third pick. That's not gonna. I mean, I think Hurts probably settles in the third, and you can probably still get AJ Brown Hurts with your third, and maybe it's not huge difference, but it feels nice, especially if you can kind of get a wide receiver for the tier break. So I've been taking advantage of that.
Yep. I'm seeing anything else interesting? Our guy Snatch Catchers pulls up Achane to the 1-2 turn to get Gibbs and Achane, two guys that are, pretty anti-correlated relative to ADP. Not going to see those guys on a lot of teams together. The Bijan drafter takes JT. So we're having a little fun here on.
And I mean, if you can pull off an RB start this year, like it's gonna be unique. The RB starts that, are well structured are gonna be very interesting.
I did my first draft this morning, Pat. I did a Hyperfragile where I got JT into the second, and then I took both Etienne and Pacheco at the 3-4 turn and grabbed Mostert and then shut it down at 4. And I didn't hate how it turned out.
Yeah, I haven't done like a Hyperfragile like that in a while. I like that.
All right, we are on the clock, Pat. I did just get the ranks loaded in. Jalen Waddle, Adams, Nabers. Who do you like here with Tyreek?
We could do Adams. I'm a little less interested in Waddle with Tyreek just because some of the upside is related to Tyreek not being out there.
I'm pretty light on Adams. I don't mind getting him here. What would you estimate as your exposure to Adams?
Not that high. I'd say probably like 4 or 5%. Let's see. I'll check it. But yeah, I mean, Adams is tough because he's older and it's at 5%. He's older and the team is not going to be good, and they might have Aiden O'Connell and they might switch back and forth. Like he might have to form a bond with 2 separate quarterbacks because they might rotate throughout the season. So there's a lot of downside, but he's good. that's what you have the saving grace of. It's Devontae Adams. So, maybe. And I think Antonio Pierce is a pretty interesting coach. Like he's kind of old school, but he's more in like the Dan Campbell old school camp. Because some of these old school guys, they act tough, but they play scared. And Antonio Pierce is not like that. I think he's playing to win.
Yeah, I like that comp there. Players love playing for him. I guess the question is how much does Devontae Adams love playing for the Raiders in general, not Antonio Pierce. But yeah, I want to mix him in. I think this was a good spot to get him past ADP. I'm with you. I don't love Waddle on the Tyreek teams, and otherwise you're kind of just pulling up any other guy randomly there.
Yep.
So we'll see here. Nabers goes, Evans goes, Barkley went at the 2-3 turn as well. Looks like we'll be looking at like a Metcalf, Kupp, or Kerrane here on this team. I don't see any correlation tiebreakers. Who do you like here as Metcalf comes off the board?
I think Kupp, given the room. I could do Kerrane too if you want to go with a running back, but
I kind of like just knowing now some of the value, like this 4-5 pocket here, like pick 45 and 52 can be pretty good spots to capture little running back sliders. So let's leave ourselves room for that if we get it.
I know that there's kind of some anti-Kupp stuff, but it does strike me. I don't know. It doesn't feel very rational to me. Like, even like, I don't know. He's still pretty good. It seems clear, and he struggled through injuries last year, which obviously an older player is at more risk to do again. But I don't know. He just he comes out pretty strong in my numbers still, and he's in a great spot. Like, this is a really, really concentrated offense. It's not impossible that he's still ultimately the number one there over the course of the season. I would think he's a pretty big dog, but given what he's done for them in the past, I don't think you can completely rule it out. So I think Kupp or Metcalf were kind of a cut above the other guys there.
Yeah. I think the take I had recently about the Kupp ADP, maybe it was on an episode with Shawn, where I was like, it feels like the ADP is wrong in a big direction in either way, right? Like, he's either a first round smash and you're like, why was he available in the third? Or the age cliff, whatever, all of that comes for him in a big way. And you're like, I wish I didn't step on that landmine. And so like this ADP seems to kind of middle those outcomes, but like in this contest, I think it's nice to take some of that on. I guess the other thing though is then stacking him up with Adams, and like how many, older wide receiver bets do you want to layer on top of each other?
Well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I would prefer Nabers, let's get Nabers there, but he goes 2 picks before. Yeah. Kupp does have risk. I agree that Kupp has risk, but I don't know. I kind of feel like the argument against is like he has risk in there, but he does not have upside, which is that's not how I view it at all.
Yep. Let's see here in this room. We do have the non-badge drafter who started Bijan JT. They tack on Derrick Henry there. We see Sus Edwards, who I know is in the chat. I've seen this floated a little bit more lately of pulling up Patrick Mahomes. Just one of those things where it's kind of hard to stack up Mahomes and the Chiefs right now, just the ways the ADPs fall. Like, you can get one stack, but it's really hard to get the double stack. So pulling up Mahomes here to the early fourth. What do you think of that move?
So we didn't actually do a rankings call or rankings podcast last week. We did a call, we jump on, we talk the rankings. We usually do a podcast right after that. We ran out of time. Sacrilegious floated this as something he's doing. So Kelsey, Mahomes, and then you can get the receivers in the 5th and maybe even 6th. So I think it's pretty intriguing.
Yep. All right, Pat, we're on the clock. ADP, Hurts, Higgins, Etienne, Kirk by rank. Hurts, Higgins. You like Higgins here?
Is Lamar available? He went. Yeah, I think Higgins. Higgins or Kirk? Okay. I think Higgins.
Yeah, let's do... I mean, the Jags play the Raiders in 16, but I have a hard time clicking Kirk over Higgins. Let's grab Higgins here at 45, and then we can see what comes back to us. So we start Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, and T. Higgins.
Man, that hurts. Get all the way back. He almost got AJ Brown there.
Well, and they do the CeeDee Lamb, Devontae Smith, Jalen Hurts, but from the 3 hole. Normally, occasionally, I mean, that is really hard to pull off. Getting the Lamb at 3 there. That definitely broke nice for Jake Twitch.
Yep.
We'll see what our guy Duck does at the 1-2 turn. But yeah, I think the Mahomes stuff is definitely interesting. I think it is now time to start thinking about some of those, although we're also going to get some ADP shakeups. So maybe, there's naturally some rising that occurs. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mahomes rise up, or maybe the market becoming even more comfortable doing like a Mahomes Kelsey 3-4 turn. That wouldn't be shocking.
It's way more rational to do that.
Yeah.
think we grabbed like Kincaid or Richardson.
Yeah.
Get an elite onesie.
Yeah, I'm game for Kincaid here. That seems solid. Yeah, Etienne, Andrews, all off the board. Kirk as well. Let's do Kincaid.
Nice.
I do have a video I mentioned earlier in the show. I recorded with Jacob Sanderson and kind of talking through some of his ideas that he wrote about in his Substack and pulling up Anthony Richardson, specifically on Nabers teams too, being something he's liking to do to help facilitate grabbing a couple running backs here because you open yourself up to the Downs and the AD Mitchell stuff late. And I'm excited for people to see the team we drafted. Like Jacob, like he had all of his ideas that he's been like floating around in his head. And he was like, this is the most perfect idealized version of what I would try to do that I haven't been able to do. So I think people are going to like the team we were able to draft, but a lot of his stuff centers around being more willing to take the Etiennes, the Pachecos, the Mixons, the Kenneth Walkers, the guys in this dead zone who could theoretically be in your flex and outscore some of the wide receivers in this range.
Yeah, I like that piece a lot. What stream was that? I want to watch that.
It hasn't come out. It's going to be a Deposit Kingdom video that's edited.
Nice. Yeah, he kind of had this devil's advocate piece on, what if we're wrong about the wide receiver pricing? What's the best way to attack it? And I floated a bunch of times on here that, what if we basically can go hyper fragile, but spend way less capital to do it? And he was saying like, yeah, you could do that, but what would be the point? I would argue the point is potentially that you have extra capital to spend at the onesies, and we know that getting points out of tight end position is huge. So that extra tight end dart throw, especially if you don't wait till like the last round and you kind of know you have it, and you grab another guy in the range where we all tend to think there might be hits. Yeah, that's intriguing to me. Like overspend at tight end is kind of an intriguing way to do it if you're able to really underspend at running back. But I liked his piece a lot as kind of a, why don't you just go zero running back the way you used to and be better at running back and use those points in the flex? It made me way more interested in kind of a different build where I still probably don't start taking running backs until the 7th, but I'm maybe more aggressive in that range and kind of hitting 5 or 6 before, a tier breaks, and not feeling like, okay, I'm done once I, like not feeling like, wow, look at what I've got when I have 3 or 4.
Yeah. And the whole thing is too, is like you don't, no matter what you do, you don't want to pass over that sweet spot there from like rounds 8, 9, and 10, where the running backs are just all such smashes. So it's like, how do I still take advantage of some of these other prices? And it's not then just swinging back and always selecting Josh Palmer and Rashid Shaheed and Cortland Sutton there. It's like, no, keep drafting the running backs there. You just have to get uncomfortable and be very into some of the late wide receivers. Speaking of which here, I mean, this price on Mixon seems awesome to me, unless you see something else.
No, I think this is pretty sweet.
There's I know Coach Speak Index was circulating a clip. I don't know which, was it the coordinator? Was it Slowick or whatever? Just talking about Mixon looking awesome and being their bona fide workhorse or whatever. Yeah,
and they're talking up Dameon Pierce, which I think is kind of great news for Mixon. Like, you want Mixon paired with Pierce this year for the whole year. You don't want you don't want them like hunting around for Khalil Herbert or whatever. That would be
true. You want them to be like, no, we're all set now.
We're set. We're set with Mixon and Dameon Pierce, because I feel pretty confident about the way that plays out. If they bring in P. Ryan or something, that's just it's not like over, but it's just you don't feel nearly as good.
Yep. Rashad White, JSN go here at the turn. This is gonna be
they did sign Cam Akers, but that's
also good.
That doesn't worry me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like a dead spot as far as like for this team. We got our 4 wide receivers, our 1 running back, our 1 tight end. You do get Stroud falling. I don't know how you feel about a Stroud Mixon pairing. No other real stacking candidates yet. It would be looking more at like the David Montgomery, Keon Coleman, Ramondre, Warren stuff.
I mean, we did take Kincaid, so Coleman has some, appeal as like a bet on the Bills. I don't really want to go Ingram. and I'd probably just go Coleman. Because when we're like really committing to Schultz, if we go Stroud.
True.
Yeah.
I'd mentioned too on the stream, like I was so light on Keon Coleman to start. And now, I mean, people who've been watching Best Ball Breakfast, it's like, I think I've clicked Coleman in like 5 of the past like 8 drafts on like Best Ball Breakfast. Like now that he's regularly slipping into the mid 7th, and I do think the correlation angle with Kincaid, we're stacking this up without Allen. I like it, but it has felt weird, the switch, and obviously price is everything, but going from being like, I don't like clicking Keon Coleman at all where he's going to clicking him in every draft is giving me whiplash.
I know. And in a weird way, the fact that he's falling makes it harder not to think about the downside. Like it should be that he's cheaper and now it's easier to take on the risk, but it's just a reminder of like how risky he is.
Yes, exactly.
I jumped on with Gretsch for an hour on his podcast over the weekend, and he was live streaming some slow drafts, and like we just agree that whenever you take Coleman, you're like, well, the team's dead because he's a bust. but we still take him because what if he's not a bust?
Yeah, exactly. I think his ADP now is appropriate. Like I'm not taking him over GSN. I wouldn't take him over Deontay Johnson, who I don't even click that much. Definitely not over Brian Thomas. So right in this limbo period with Addison and him, and yeah, I just think it's a fine price at this point, and at least I'm getting my shares here as opposed to at the 5-6 turn where he was going when things opened up.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's definitely better.
So here's the team. No quarterbacks yet. We got our running back, Joe Mixon, 9 picks past ADP, up to these 5 wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, T. Higgins, Keon Coleman, tight end, Dalton Kincaid. And I will also say too, like we were talking about, Tyreek, Adams, Cooper Kupp, a little bit of a older wide receiver room. So taking a guy like Keon on a team like this, where we're going to feel pretty good about our early season production at wide receiver here, actually feels like a good fit for a Coleman team.
No, it definitely does. And I like stacking up, a couple bills, even though we're obviously not going to have Allen on this team.
Yes. Yeah, so we'll see here as we head into the 8th round. This is going to be, a sweet spot here for running backs. Lots of, we got back-to-back teams with no running backs in front of us, so we should expect to see a couple of these come off the board. There goes James Conner. Looks like we will be looking at Zamir White, Jonathon Brooks, or Zach Moss. Zamir White goes. I love both of these picks. Zach Moss is with Higgins, and Jonathon Brooks is just a guy we want to keep clicking. Who do you want?
I want Jonathon Brooks. This is who I want. I think maybe we could... No, this dude's a wild card. I don't know what he's doing. I think we just take Jonathon Brooks.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take Jonathon Brooks. Jonathon Brooks as our second running back here. He slips past ADP. We are starting to see kind of what expected with him opening up on the camp pup list. Not huge falls in ADP, but I've been seeing him, 5-6 picks past ADP like we get here, and just keep.
But I don't want to be greedy with the fall because, as I said, basically I got nervous that we should even try to play for a fall, which I'm fine about because I got more Brooks, and I think drafting Brooks is the most important part. But we have seen a little bit of a fall, but I don't want to get greedy with the fall because it's a dumb fall, right? It's not like with Addison, I'm getting greedy because I'm like, it just kind of like changes the bet a little bit. If he gets suspended, like even if he gets an early suspension, like that was supposed to be when he was eating with Hockenson recovering and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and maybe Darnold instead of McCarthy, which actually I think I might prefer Darnold for fantasy. So I'm getting greedy there. I don't want to get greedy on Brooks when the market is just pricing in something it shouldn't.
Right. And I think if you polled, if we were able to poll every single person who has clicked Jonathon Brooks on Underdog this year and say, when you clicked Brooks, were you expecting him to open up camp on PUP? I would say a large majority of those drafters would say, yes, I was anticipating that when I clicked him. Like, I don't think anyone was under the illusion that he was going to be giving you 20 touches a game in week 1. If they were, he'd be a 5th round pick. So we'll see what plays out here. I mean, I think Zach Moss does go. I mean, Burrow at pick 100 with Higgins feels pretty good here unless you like something else. Are you muted, Pat? I just lost your
Yeah,
audio.
Murphy busted in and I muted. Burrow is pretty clearly a pick to me.
Yep. We're going to grab Burrow here. This works out. What's interesting is a lot of times it's the chase drafter, but the chase drafter had
Behind
taken
us,
Allen. And so then they were going to see if he could push him, but we were not going to let Burrow come past pick 100. So that turn worked out really well to get Brooks and Burrow there.
That's very nice. Very nice.
So now we got the Burrow to Higgins stack. We have Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid together. We have Joe Mixon and Jonathon Brooks as our running backs, and our other wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Adams, and Cooper Kupp. And then the other nice thing about this is, like, now that we have Burrow, we can see if we can push Tua. We got Stafford in the back pocket. Even someone like Bryce Young, you can build out stuff around Jonathon Brooks. So I think we're in a pretty comfy spot right now.
Yeah, me too. We're going to need to hit running backs, but we're still in a spot where there's going to be a running back or two with our next few picks.
For sure. Yep.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, there's a topic in the chat that I thought was interesting. There was basically, what was the news that you're most worried that you might hear? Yeah, here it is. What's the single piece of training camp news that you're most afraid of hearing? He said probably Drake Mayfud. I would actually say not Drake Mayfud. Drake Mayfud actually is like not concerning to me particularly. I mean, because like the fundamentals are that he's a rookie quarterback and sort of like they almost like have to get him out there at some point. The stuff that would really concern me is things where I do feel like I've gone out more on a limb. Rico Dowdle is my 4th highest drafted player. If we hear like Dowdle's not it, Zeke's getting all the work with the ones, like that would really concern me. I don't know if Dowdle's good. I'm betting on a situation, right? Kamani Vidal running with the 3s all camp. I mean, that would be pretty concerning. I don't have a ton of Vidal, but I've definitely taken him in some spots, and I'm overweight. So that's the type of, I think there's times where we are betting on kind of murky situations and doing our best to read the tea leaves. And those would be the two that come to mind of like, oh, I just read that wrong. He's actually a terrible pick.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a difference too between it. What gets hard is, like the Addison's a good example. He was a guy I clicked a lot, and then you're wrestling with, do you want to pack more bags at cheaper prices like I did with Shawn here, or do you want to ease off the gas and see how this plays out a little bit? It's a lot easier when it's a guy you don't like, and then they get a lot cheaper, and you're like, all right, now I'll grab my shares. Yeah. Speaking of guys dropping, although not even that past ADP, Javonte is still here, would be fine for this team.
And correlated with the Bengals.
Yep. Shawn and I took Corum over him in our first draft. That would be paired with Cooper Kupp would be the only other kind of thought there. Yeah,
I think Javonte is the starting running back in Denver, and I would be pretty surprised if that wasn't the case.
All right, let's do it. Javonte Williams, he is our 3rd back here. Mix in Brooks and Javonte. Also, again, provides an avenue to another backdoor stack. And we got a 1-3-5-1 build heading into round 11. What do you think the odds are? Do you think we get any kind of movement? You can include a Javonte in there, a Khalil Herbert. Do you think we see any shuffling at running back? One of these teams, like even like the Chiefs or the Bengals, signing a 3rd running back. Do you envision that happening, or is that just all fear mongering?
No, I mean, I think it's unlikely that like Kerrane and Herbert and kind of every other sort of semi-intriguing 3rd running back makes the team. Oh, Corum comes back. You like that? Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So there has to be some kind of shakeups. The other thing, and I know this always sucks, but there's going to be a bunch of injuries, So that's going to shake things up a lot. And potentially the type of injuries that might lead to, Herbert or Kerrane or whatever getting dealt for like a 7th round pick or a conditional 6th or whatever, So Yeah, I would expect more chaos. Betting on chaos is rarely a losing bet this time of year.
Yep. Shout out here. We got some new YouTube members. I was teasing at the top the Best Ball After Dark that I did with Michael Chang on Friday, data scientist out of Princeton who has done a ton of work on the weekly winners data. He basically just like opened up his entire set of notes and let me pick his brain for about an hour, and just so much good stuff on how to attack the weekly winners format, some massive edges. Also, to let you know, I'm going to post this clip, Pat. This is how gigabrain smart this guy is. His username on Underdog is Win, W-I-N. He got it right when the site opened, and he got what he didn't say the exact number, but he kind of implied that it was like hundreds of referral bonuses because people typed in promo code WIN when they first went to Underdog. That's what kind of level this guy is operating on. So that was the way to gamify a lot of referrals, and now he is crushing the weekly winner streets. Can't imagine doing weekly winners without watching that show.
Never thought of getting a referral code without actually having one. That's amazing.
So it's so good.
Wow.
I'm sitting here with my stupid Peter Overzet when I should have just done like big money or something. God.
Free pick. Can I be promo code free pick?
Yeah. Can I change it? Oh man. So yeah, Michael had some awesome stuff there. Yeah, let's see. Have there been any other training camp stuff that caught your eye? I know the other one I wrote about today, Daniel Popper was talking about Chark running ahead of QJ in 3 wide receiver sets. I guess I don't even know if that was that big of a bombshell, but anything else on your radar?
I don't think that was news. I mean, I think he said he thought that would happen. It's still early enough where we're still... I'm hoping we get some more concrete stuff today, because so far it's been kind of the tail end of just raw speculation of people like, here's what I expect to see tomorrow. And then it's getting, but we're so ravenous. We're ready for news. Oh, yeah. And so but a lot of this stuff has not actually been news. And so, yeah, moving the needle is actually bad, but people are ready to move the needle. The needle feels really stale and they want to move it.
Leggett here with Brooks looks good. We also have some running back fallers in. I
like Chandler a lot. I think Chandler's going to have a pretty decent role.
Do you think we can push Chandler with the 4 running back? So do you not like Leggett here?
I would do Leggett if we go receiver for sure.
Okay. I think we might have a better chance of pushing Chandler, especially with like the Eckler cover in the 2-4 running back teams. I'm not sure though. Might be famous last words. I just thought this might be a spot where
Leggett's a good pick for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other guy who would have been on our radar for us would have been like Burton coming back. He goes at 142 here on the Burrow team, but that's a little higher for Burton's ADP. Yeah, 151. I guess not crazy.
Yeah.
This Eckler fall though, man, too. Like, I have no problem. Chandler does go. I'm sorry. No, but Eckler at 148, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, like, I get it, but 148 seems like an awesome price.
Well, also we have 2 or 4 running backs, like might be pretty useless in week 1.
Yeah.
You know, and so Eckler actually fits the room pretty well.
I had been already mixing in Eckler more in the like 140 range. So the 148, I'm a buyer there. Like I mean, like what risk is there at that ADP? I guess it's just saying there's the opportunity cost. You pass on a McLaughlin, you pass on one of these other guys, but I don't know.
But McLaughlin does feel a little like he could be anything, even late stage Eckler. You know, like
you'd be very happy with that. Yeah.
You'd be happy if he does like kind of the Eckler's median outcome. Eckler obviously has more like bottom falling out risk on him, even some of the backs in this range. But I mean, like Kendry Miller might like be the RB3 in New Orleans. Like I hope not, but he was last year, and he doesn't seem to be having that strong of an offseason from the early reports. That's honestly the one thing I really, really, really want, and I expect to get, and I'm looking forward to getting, is more clarity on where these running backs are in the rotation. Like, I would, Daniel Popper, thank you for the Chark note. Please let us know who's running with the ones in the backfield. I would just love to know if Idell is getting any reps there. Is he ahead of Spiller? Is he not? These are the things we really, really need. Like, I'm getting like very sick of just like guessing down here about which running backs are actually good picks.
I'm starting to wonder if the Chargers reporters are just trolling, and they're like, how long can we go without mentioning Konami Vidal and make these fantasy gamers so sweaty?
Dude, he got us the other day. Like, I think he knows. I think it's a bit, because he did a training camp preview, and he was just like, what's the running back rotation? How much work will Kamani Vidal get? And then he just moved on. I'm like,
yeah,
that's what I came in wondering. You can't ask me.
So good. Yeah, it is. There are some of these. I mean, when we're talking about this running back range, like after Chandler, and like I'm going to include Eckler in that because he has a higher ADP. Right when you get to the Kendrick, the McLaughlin, I guess like guys like Algier do have a role, but man, there is like even a guy like Jalen Wright, who I like a lot. I mean, you do enter into zero risk territory with these ones.
Right could be. I mean, there's guys like, like I would like some more news on Trey Benson. It seems like Connor's ahead. How much ahead? Is Benson locked in as the 2? We've assumed that. Is he though? Like stuff like that. Like, just what about Ray Davis? Is he locked in as the 2? If he is, he's going too low. If he's not, he's going too high.
Yep. We're on the clock. Stafford falls and correlates. Could probably push him if you really wanted to. The question is there anything we want to push him for?
I mean, we have a Bryce thing set up. What else do we have? I think we probably just go Stafford.
It's just Bryce, really.
Yeah, I think we go Stafford.
Yeah, we can take him here, stack up with Cooper Kupp, no overlapping bye weeks, and that's the way to get our pocket passers there. Burrow 9 picks past ADP, Stafford 15 picks past ADP. When you look at this quarterback room, are you good with a 2 quarterback? Or do you kind of like maybe a third quarterback? Without your editorial bias on specific third quarterbacks, just structurally, do you like a third quarterback on this team?
Structurally, I think this could use a third quarterback. I mean, you don't have to, but I think it's intriguing to me because both guys are pocket passers. And Burrow's got a ceiling, but he can be, a little volatile. And, he's not like a week to week. You're just high floor. He's hitting your lineup every single week.
Mm-hmm.
And we also bet on the Bills. We got Keon Coleman and Dalton Kincaid. So like Josh Allen's having some good days in the playoffs. So anytime I'm betting on an elite offense, like to facilitate scoring at my skill player positions, I do like to make sure I feel at least like pretty good about quarterback.
Yep.
So the problem is we were talking about like Bryce Young as a potential third, and like, I don't know. He doesn't seem like a great bet for spike weeks to me.
Yeah. One nice thing is our 2 quarterbacks right now, week 12 and week 6 bye. The week 14 quarterback contingent there seems more alive. I was going to float one of Franklin or
Mims. I was
bang,
too.
Bang.
Yeah.
Bucky's opposite the Carolina stuff.
Wilson's a bring back.
Wilson is the bring back. Yeah, I don't mind that.
I think I like that. I think he's ahead of Zay. I think he just starts ahead of Zay, and Zay's a backup.
Yeah. We'll grab Michael Wilson here. So the team so far, we got Burrow and Stafford. Burrow stacked up with Higgins, Stafford with Corum and Cooper Kupp. The other running backs, Joe Mixon, Jonathon Brooks, Javonte Williams, and Austin Eckler. The other wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette, Michael Wilson, and our tight end, Dalton Kincaid. So yeah, we're in good shape. Definitely some tight end options for us late, can build out some secondary stacks, but not really behind at any position right now.
No, we're doing good.
I feel like that's been our MO with our drafts lately, is that we're like feeling
kind of balanced,
pretty comfy by like 15, 16.
There's like a map right now that you can kind of follow to where you're going to feel comfy. And it's just about setting yourself up to be hungry when it's time to grab those running backs in the 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th. You know, it's like, oh, I'm glad I waited to eat at running back. And then I'll look at all these running backs.
Yeah,
you know?
This running back room: Joe Mixon in the 6th, Brooks in the 8th, Javonte in the 10th, Corum in the 11th, Eckler. I mean, what was every single one of these? Mixon 9 picks past ADP, Brooks 5 picks past ADP, Javonte 2 picks, Blake Corum 3 picks, Eckler 18 picks. So value handing every running back selection.
Yeah, normally I'm like pretty selective about which running backs I take. I think running back is the position where you like the profiles are probably the most. They're like the least baked in because everyone's like so concerned about like the projection and who's going to get work, and it is a very projection driven position. But over the course of the full season, I would really like to have talented players at the position, so I tend to be more selective there. But in this environment, you kind of can. There's a lot of profiles that are similar, and you kind of can let the room decide for you a little bit once you get down into like the really that 7th round pocket starting there. There's guys I have a lot of. I hammer Jalen Warren. I have a lot of Jonathon Brooks. Jalen Warren's my highest drafted player, so I'm not, I still am somewhat selective. But it's a fun opportunity to be able to grab running backs past ADP in that range. Yeah.
Yep. And like you said, too, I think some of our bets like Brooks and Corum, who are most likely to be non-factors early in the season, can easily be buoyed by a Mixon, Javonte, Eckler trio there for some bankable touches at the start. Pat, we're about to pick at 16-9. Definitely some tight ends that could make sense for us here. Conklin does come off the board. Jonnu would be a stack with the Dolphins without Tua since we have Tyreek.
I like
Cade
that.
Otton would be a bring back on the Carolina stuff. What do you think?
I think Jonnu betting on the Dolphins.
Yeah, we'll get that teammate there. So now we have these secondary stacks: Kincaid and Coleman, Jonnu and Tyreek. And that sets us up well now. 2-5-7-2. We can pretty much take best player available, here on out, whatever we want to do. Does the getting sniped on the Denver stuff push you back into being interested with Bryce as our QB3 here, or does he not fit what you're looking for?
No, I think Bryce is fine. I mean, we have Leggett, we have Brooks. It's not like the most exciting archetype for that third quarterback, but it's like one really nice week late in the season could be massive. So, we also we don't have a huge Bengals bet either. It's kind of it's a skinny stack to Higgins. So I think I like Young.
Well, once I talk you into Yoshivas or Gesicki, it'll get a lot bigger. Dude, everyone hates Gesicki. On the first show, I went to crowdsource people for my last round pick, and I needed a tight end. And Gesicki was the top ADP value. He correlated with my team, and not a single person in the chat mentioned Gesicki. No one likes Gesicki except me.
So that was another piece of news, was that on The Athletic, they were asked to, I think it was in the piece where all the beat writers were asked to give out fantasy breakouts. It might have been in there. It might have been in something else, but the beat shouted out Gesicki, saying I think he'll start. I think he'll be kind of a big slot kind of thing. But it was all just based on his assessment of who Gesicki is and that they signed him and that they could use that. So that's the stuff where I'm like, that's what I'm doing. Don't do what I'm doing. Do it. Tell me what's going on.
Just give me news. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want news. I don't. I'll do the part where I, look at last year's production and the needs of the current teams,
Yeah. You do your job, I'll do mine.
Yeah. Which obviously, most people like that, but I'm just like, come on, give me more building blocks. I want more building blocks.
Yeah. You provide the news. We'll go from A to C. We don't want you going from A to C.
Exactly.
Shout out Tyler gifting a YouTube membership. Appreciate you, Tyler. Tyler was a part of my crew that made history on Friday, the world's fastest slow draft. We did it last year and then smashed our record. Although no spoilers alert, that video is up on the Deposit Kingdom channel. If you missed it, one, it's a legitimately very fun watch. Go check it out. Also, I need your guys' help voting for which drafter drafted the best team. There's a prize up for grabs. They're going to get some BBM entries, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on that. So go check out the teams. The goal was not only to draft as fast as possible, but to draft a good team, a task I failed at, but some of these guys succeeded in doing. Check out the world's fastest slow draft. All right, Pat, landing this plane, we're at a 3.572. We're good at quarterback. I think you can make the case we are plenty good at running back. It feels like this is kind of the question of an 8th wide receiver or a 3rd tight end.
I guess Gesicki goes, because I actually was kind of interested in him. And there's a guy that I'm kind of excited about if he's there.
Okay. I was going to say like McCaffrey sliding all the way to 213 with Eckler would have been fine. He does go. I will tab off a running back. We'll just look at wide receiver and tight end. My guess... Do you want to play a game?
We're gonna
Shark King summer, dude.
Are you thinking of Shark King? Yeah. All right. There it is. Not only what's fun about this one, Pat, is we get the double whammy. So the Cardinals play Carolina in week 16, and then they get the Rams in 17. So we get Dortch and Michael Wilson. This is our 3rd. Pat, this might be one of the most stacked up teams we've gotten. And this is like the perfect illustration for when we say, just because you don't have the quarterback doesn't mean you have to stop stacking, right? In this team, we have our 3 main stacks, Bryce Young with Jonathon Brooks and Xavier Legette. We have Matthew Stafford with Corum and Kupp. We have Joe Burrow with T. Higgins. But then we have Jonnu and Tyreek Hill, Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman, Greg Dortch and Michael Wilson. I mean, the only player on this team, there's like 2 players on this team that aren't correlated. So I like how that worked out.
Yeah, I'm disappointed we couldn't get Franklin or Mims because we have Javonte. Yeah. Those guys are bringbacks on Burrow, and that would have also set up, I think, a little bit more fun of a stack in week 14. Because the Panthers double, like the Legette Brooks double, is cool. We didn't need Young, so that was just a little disappointing. But the room took that from us. I don't think we did anything wrong there. But yeah, I like getting the bringbacks on Stafford. I really like doing stuff too, where you have when you take Tyreek Hill, you are betting on the Dolphins. It doesn't matter if you have Tua, and if you're betting on the Dolphins to be putting up points through the air, then Jonnu might be a pretty good pick too. So, I do like the Bills and the Dolphins stacked without the quarterback. If Allen really does go off, I guess we're probably leaning on Burrow in that week and hoping he carries us. But yeah.
Well, and this is the whole thesis, both with the data and showing why teams that are stacked up with that 3rd quarterback do well. It's this is how you beat one of these elite quarterbacks that goes nuke. There's scenarios where Josh Allen's going crazy in 15 and 16. Keon Coleman, Kincaid are very popular picks, but then we arrive in the finals. You all have the Allen with those. Sounds very nice. But then it's okay, no one has the Bryce Young Legette stack because we dragged that there. Or no one has the Stafford Kupp stack because that didn't do shit in weeks 15 and 16. So it just gives you those secondary outs. And now we have essentially 6 different stacks on a single team.
I want to run the math on what is the salary, the DK salary of Allen versus someone like, Bo Nix or Bryce Young or Drake May, because we would assume it's the min salary because there's a min. But what if there's no min? In this game, there might not be the min might be 2K. We might be playing 2K quarterbacks. So there's when you talk about what beating Allen looks like, you don't actually necessarily need to beat his score. It's that you get within 5 points of his score with a 1/4 of his salary, maybe, depending on exactly how it would work out. So that's why I think best ball lets you. It's just like the opportunity cost, which I know I take Allen, but the opportunity cost between an Allen and like a 17th round quarterback is probably understated in some ways.
Yeah. Well, and you also can get the leverage elements too, right? Like say Allen drags a ton of team to the finals because he goes nuclear on the ground, has a 100-yard rushing game and a couple touchdowns or whatever. Then all of a sudden you show up and having the Kincaid and the Coleman, could potentially be unique if there were a lot of like solo Allen teams or skinny stacked, different stuff, the cheaper pieces. Like there's lots of ways, like that correlation just works in your favor no matter how you slice and dice it over the regular season, the pod dynamics, whether for uniqueness or just hitting on it. And it's hard to, I guess it's gotten a little easier to get Allen, Kincaid, and Coleman now that Coleman's cheaper, but I just am not going to never like pass on that just because I don't have Allen.
Yeah, it's hard to get Allen and Kincaid. Like those two, it's possible, but like this is an environment where you can, get Lamar and Andrews very regularly, and you can get Hurts and AJ Brown very regularly. But I think Allen, I don't want to take Kincaid in the early 4th, but there's definitely an argument that you could or should build some of those teams in your portfolio. It's not you'll get Allen into the early to mid 4th, but Kincaid doesn't come back as much as he used to.
Yep. Yeah. And that is, I think, going back to that thing we were talking about with the Mahomes stuff and, knowing, I want to say it was last year, right? Wasn't it people were starting to get like, you know what? I do not have enough Andrews and Lamar because it got really hard to pull off where you took Andrews in the 3rd and then Lamar wasn't coming back around in the 4th. So people started to say, all right, I'm just taking these guys at the 2-3 turn because I want to have this. I wonder, the Mahomes stuff, I think, because I don't even think it's that bad, like ADP wise, with how flat that tier is. Like, if you want to do Allen and Kincaid at the 3-4 turn, is that really that egregious?
No, I don't think it is. And I'm taking McBride over Kincaid, no question. I'm taking Andrews over Kincaid. I'm taking Kelsey over Kincaid, absolutely. I'm taking Laporte over Kincaid. Like, these aren't that close to me, but Kincaid hits, and you have him, correlate with Allen, and that's under owned because it's not that easy to build. Now, you are probably going against some really good mid-4th Allen teams, mid-5th Kincaid teams.
Yeah.
But like, how many, and this isn't the marathon. This isn't even the sprint. Like, a lot of those teams are going to get bounced. They're going to suffer injuries. Like, this is chaotic. Like, to get through those single week eliminations, it's extremely difficult. So, and it's not like I'm saying take them at the 1-2 turn or something. Like, it's not how much value are you leaving on the table. So I haven't done it. I don't know that I will do it, but it's definitely starting to like bubble up as a potential idea. I like the Mahomes one a lot more because I think Kelsey's a really good pick even in the late 3rd. Yeah. And I think Mahomes, if I'm going to reach on someone that's going at the opposite side, I feel better about doing that with Mahomes than with Kincaid. So that is one I probably will do.
I just pulled up this team. This is the video I've referenced with Ron on the Deposit Kingdom channel. And this was one where we did get Josh Allen at 42, Kincaid at 55. And then because we pushed it, like, we get Cooper Kupp at 31. I think if you're thinking through how do I beat this kind of team? So if you take Allen and Kincaid at the 3-4 turn, then in this specific room, they're maybe not there now, but like a Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy instead of Cooper Kupp. And you're saying my Xavier Worthy or Rice beats your Cooper Kupp, which I think you're probably a dog. But that's like certainly live. Like, you can definitely win that.
Yeah, especially over the like Rice versus Kupp, like how he's going to get suspended. Like, no, we're saying at the end of the year. Like, that's where you got to get there, limp into the playoffs and then go off, right? Like, that's actually what you'd like. Your preference would be to limp into the playoffs and then go nuts. And honestly, maybe don't even go nuts until week 17. Like, if you could just draw it up, because you're just likely you'll need probably a little bit of a lower score if you barely make it into the finals, because you're going to have lower. Provided the team's healthy and everything, and not just a terrible version of the chalk, you're more likely to have a unique team that wasn't driven by the mega performances that everyone else got.
Have you started to like make exposure tiebreakers in drafts, or are you still just kind of drafting off the leg up ranks and just playing each room individually?
Well, I'm using the sidekick as well, and that's getting me to break ties a little bit more intelligently. And I'm trying. So I am trying to break. I'm trying to break true ties. This is like part of the reason we built the sidekick. It's like I'm trying to break true ties like more throughout. You know, like where I'm not scrambling at a point in the offseason and going, why did I only draft this guy over this guy every time? Because that's like kind of how my brain's wired. So I'm trying to do a better job of breaking those ties as we go. I have not really done true exposure even out tie breaks yet. If anything, I kind of feel like I want to go harder on the guys that I'm like, you know, I like this tie breaking idea, but I kind of want to go a little harder on some of these guys where I think there's a big edge. Because I don't have a single player. I have one player over 25%. That's Jalen Warren at 29%. So no players over 30. This time last year, I probably had like 7 players over 30% or something, maybe even more.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll even it out over the course of the summer. I'm much more flat, which is probably sharp, but I have Polk, May, Dowdle. Those are my only players over 20%. Then I've got a bunch of players between like 15 and 20. So if anything, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to push this a little bit harder. I'm going to make Polk like more of a priority. I'm going to make like Nabers or Achan. Like Achan, I'm going to make more of a priority. He's fallen down to 17% for me. I don't like that. I wish he was above 20.
Yeah. And the other thing like that, I've moved in the opposite direction of you in that because I'm streaming a little less with the guests and squeezing in a few more on my own. I have a little bit bigger stances this year. And I've also been thinking about it through the lens of, instead of just like breaking a tie away from that, when am I building a structure that I haven't done a lot? Like, okay, Chase Brown, one of my most drafted running backs, he's often on 0RB or anchor RB teams. I do a hyper fragile build, like tack him onto there, right? Where it's like, you actually want to lean into that. Like if I'm building out the thesis where he's a smash, I want to pair him with all these different structures and hope that one of those structures is actually the thing that gets there around Chase Brown.
100%. Yeah. I the other day, this was in a DK 555, but I had Hollywood Brown fall to me, and I was like, okay, fine. I think it was in the late 6th, and I had Mahomes with Kelsey because Kelsey goes in the 3rd there. So I got mid-3rd Kelsey, mid-5th Mahomes, or kind of early 5th Mahomes, and then late 6th Brown, and then Worthy didn't come back in the 7th. It was absolutely brutal, but. You know, I did, because I don't draft Hollywood. Like I have very, very little Hollywood. But one of the things that I wanted to do after doing that was build out like with my favorites. You know, it's like I've got Hollywood. I want him to be paired with a lot of the guys I really like, so that, you know, if I'm directionally accurate this year, but I just happen to be really wrong about Hollywood, then this team smashes, because you just need one team to smash. Like you can be wrong about a lot of stuff. You just need one team to absolutely crush.
Yeah. And then the benefit too is if you are price sensitive about the players you're not as big on, then you're going to have slightly better versions of those teams. Like if you think back to, like we talk about the year that the Josh Jacobs breakout year, right? And how a lot of the teams who even had him had surprisingly low advance rates relative to nailing the league winner. But it's like, if you got your Josh Jacobs a round and a half past ADP and you build in general better teams than the Josh Jacobs cohort was, like that's the perfect storm of like my one Josh Jacobs team might be worth 5 of yours essentially.
Yeah. And that's another key thing. And I think letting the room pay you to take a guy you don't like what if we offer you 15 picks of ADP value? Is that enough? You know, it's like,
yeah,
actually, yeah, it is. I'll do it. A stacked? Sure. You know, and then it actually feels fun. Like I took Ridley the other day. I rarely take Ridley. I took Ridley at a little bit of a discount. It actually is. I would encourage people to scoop those ADP values that maybe you haven't been scooping. Not like every time, but like it feels more fun than you think it'll feel. Like you're like,
I'm telling you, I was windmilling in that Austin Eckler pick we just had. Like that Eckler at like nearly 150 is. Well, I was like, this is incredible.
It feels fun. You think it's going to feel gross, and then you're like, I kind of liked that. I really liked scooping that value.
The only way it feels gross is if you had like 20% Austin Eckler at an ADP of like 115, and then you feel disgusting. Gross. And that's how I started to feel about some of the Jordan Addison ones. And I'm like,
that's great. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're going to have RotoPat hopping on here in a second. Pat, let people know what's going on at Leg Up this week.
Yeah. Legendary Upside. I'm going to be working on an article. I had an article come out last week on the ADPs that I'm afraid to lose during training camp, which I think is a fun piece if you want to check that out. Rankings updated every day. Underdog, DraftKings, FFPC, Dynasty rankings will be updated today as well. And you can check out the Sidekick at legendaryupside.com/sidekick.
There you go. Yep. Been loving the Sidekick for my slow drafts.
That's really what it kind of came from, is the we got to be managing these slow drafts a little better.
It saves you so much time. Like if anyone's ever had the experience where you have 20 slow drafts and you log in, and then every time, like the crushing realization that you need to refamiliarize yourself with the room and the correlations in this. It doesn't fully remove it, but it just greatly expedites it. And that is a valuable thing. I do want to, what happened with, I didn't get to check out Gretch's drug stream that you hopped on. Was that?
It was awesome. Yeah. We had a blast. He was, it was fun kind to see some of his builds. And I tried to talk him into some gross running back, because he had these teams that were like beautiful. They were like Lamar, Andrews, they're starred, which he stars the ones he's excited about, but they have like one running back through like 10 rounds. And I'm like, I mean, Zeke fits this bill, dude. Wow. He's like, come on, man. Don't make me take Zeke on this beautiful star team.
This is what happens when you title a video, I'm drunk, help me make my slow draft picks. You then got to let people help you make your slow draft picks.
But he had some thoughts on Eliminator. I want to get, we might want to do an Eliminator on chip chasing at one point, because Gretch has been in the lab a little bit. RotoPat.
Hello. How are
Normally,
you guys?
I try to make sure that like the two guests don't ever overlap. Like Pat has this huge beef with Shawn Siegele, and it can get awkward if they're on at the same time. But I figured as former coworkers, this was okay for you guys to cross streams.
Well, I've got some grievances there. This guy made me change my name. I used to just be Pat. Everyone used to call me Pat. And then I joined RotoWorld, and all of a sudden I'm Kerrane now. What the hell, man?
Yeah, Kerrane for the rest of your life. Hey, it's better than Darty. Come on, Kerrane at least.
That's true,
sounds like if you were adopting an Irish stage name, I feel like you would pick Kerrane. People would not pick Darty. Like 3-4 syllables, ethnic sounding Irish name. The Pat stack. Yeah.
How does it make you feel though, RotoPat? Because there was an infamous thing with another one of our fellow friends, Lord Reeves, who once tried to rebrand as Roto Reeves, and people said it was so like aggressively normal and hack that they forced him back. But your name is RotoPat, the thing he got pushed away from. Does that make you self-conscious about your branding?
Well, it makes me a little self-conscious just because it's corny. But the Reeves thing, I think, honestly, in recent days, I'm not going to get political. What we've seen, like a groundswell of like political opinion working from the bottom up to the top and forcing change at the top. And Rich Rebar from the top, this unilaterally made a change. And then the people on the ground, they organized, they created a movement. And they said, no, you're Lord Reeves. You will never just be at Rich Rebar. You are at Lord Reeves. And I just think that it's everything that is right about this country. What happened with Reeves is a Twitter name.
I feel like that would be validating in the sense that you've cultivated such a strong personal brand that people would be upset, but also scary to realize that your brand and aura is more powerful and has more autonomy than even you yourself.
Yeah, you've lost control of the brand. It is a bit scary. It is a bit scary.
All right, Pat, any final words for the RotoPat?
No, I got to get RotoPat on the pod though soon. We should talk. We should.
Cannot wait. Well, Pat, we'll just make it like one of our phone calls. We'll talk for 4 hours and 32 minutes.
Pat and I will talk on the phone. The conversation will start. This one has to be short for real. No, it has to be. And then we talk for like an hour and a half.
If you're a phone talker, if you know, you know. Our phone talkers out there, Pat and I are phone talkers.
Shout out to the phone talkers.
We're doing over on Ship Chasing. We're doing our first high stakes main event drafts, and we're doing these mini-sodes that we do for the YouTube members. The first one's actually going to post in an hour or so. And like every time with Gretch and Pat, I'm like, I got 20 minutes, and I am like not kidding. And I generally have like 25 minutes, but so I build myself in like a 5-minute buffer, and I'm like, it's a mini-sode, guys. After 20 minutes, we're done.
I'm like, great, Pete. So I just want to recap quickly a decision we've already made and discuss as if we're about to make it. And now we have 5 minutes left. Is that what you were hoping for?
Still halfway through the first topic. Not even through the first topic, the first bullet point of the first topic. Halfway through.
Exactly. All right, Pat.
All
we'll
right,
catch
guys.
you next time on Best Ball
Later.
Breakfast. RotoPat, glad to have you on. I believe, you joined me for my marathon stream last year, right at the very end?
I believe I joined you for the marathon. I have joined for the randomizer, and now I've joined as one of the most respected best ball bros in the industry. I'm just glad to be here to help you draft a team on, training camp is just getting going. So when people are dialing in, I think it's a really good time to have me on.
Well, I'm familiar with, you guys will record some episodes on the Good Football Show where you guys hop in a draft. Kerrane is sometimes there, and you're normally the one at the 1s and 2s, kind of trying to field everyone's opinions, sometimes alphaing them, just taking Derrick Henry, going rogue. Today, I'm going to be the one here making the final decisions.
So yeah, it's usually me, Pat, Denny, and oftentimes Kyle. And before the show, we'll have an earnest conversation like, guys, who's going to draft? Like, I really just think it should be Kerrane today. Like, he's like the actual expert. Or, why not Denny? Like Denny always has very strong opinions, and they're always like, no, it's got to be you for the content. Like, it has to be you, Pat. And like, the like any given moment, I can make the worst pick you've ever seen, basically. And so
Hey.
I don't know how to feel about that, but I will help you make some of the worst picks you've ever seen today.
Well, I did hop us into a draft. I mean, the one dynamic, and you're kind of familiar from doing some shows around here, but I will say one thing that happened to our friend JJ Zacharyson. He got buried in a wide receiver avalanche when he came on the show. He actually had to have his hand amputated because the frostbite was so bad from that wide receiver avalanche. So that's the only caveat I like to give you. Otherwise, I want the full RotoPat experience, but just bundle up, buddy.
Yeah, I'm like, the full RotoPat experience now is not even different than anyone else. It's like Josh Palmer in the 5th round. Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me.
Then I take
Khalil
it back.
Shakir, 6th round. Yeah, that seems good. I don't know.
If that's the RotoPat experience, I take it back.
You got to get receivers. I mean, listen, it's just like, you can't fight City Hall. If they're saying you got to take receivers, you got to take receivers.
Yeah, this is a question for you. One of your coworkers did we just give him up to Greece like in a big kind of international trade? Is he actually ever coming back?
He's been in customs for 2 days. They don't know. He's in a very, very dark room at JFK. They're actually being very nice to him. It doesn't seem like it's political in nature. They just don't know what to do with this guy. And they don't really know if the United States of America wants him back on these shows.
Was it around? Would you say it was around like post like 45 or more like in the 60s when you realized he actually was in Greece and that he wasn't just lying?
I know. Listen, I'm like everyone else. I thought it was a sound stage, but I'm also like everyone else. I think it's fun. I'm trying to play along. Yeah, Denny's in Greece. And then, I realized NBC would never budget for this long of a sound stage for Denny. And that it would have been at this point cheaper to actually send him to Greece, which is what we did.
For my audio listeners, we're having fun talking about Denny, but it's no more time for fun. We're getting down to brass tacks. We're in a Best Ball Mania draft. We got the 110, pick 19 just came off the board. AJ Brown, looking at ADP here. Puka, Garrett Wilson, Gibbs. Do you like any of these names, RotoPat?
I mean, I feel like the Puka backlash has already begun, but I feel like the Garrett Wilson backlash will begin soon. I love either Puka or Garrett Wilson. I defer to you.
No.
Do Garrett Wilson. Do Garrett Wilson be like, no, wait, no, you gotta do Puka.
Okay. I didn't know there was Puka backlash. Can you tell me, boots on the ground, where is this coming from?
Well, I just feel like I'm starting to see signs of a Kupp movement beginning, and that like Puka, listen, Puka is a total dog. But like he's just it was too much about the without Kupp splits last year. You can't just assume Kupp will get hurt. You can't just assume, even though it's 1,300 yards as a rookie, it's going to happen. I'm seeing it's very early, but I feel like it is a movement, especially like it's more like true redrafters log back on. Like,
Yeah.
You might be giving up on Cooper Kupp, but I'm not, buddy. And
Exactly.
I'm just seeing early signs of that.
All right, we're back on the clock in the second by ADP, JT, Olave, Nico Collins, Debo, Devontae Adams, Waddle. Basically, Taylor and your choose your own adventure at wide receiver. What do you like?
Oh my God. I don't want do Nico Collins. I know Kerrane loves the Texans, or at least I think he does.
Kerrane loves the Texans. I didn't even associate that with his personal brand. Are you secretly, Kerrane's not in the StreamYard room anymore. You don't need his validation on every one of these picks.
Listen, he's not in the StreamYard room anymore. He never leaves my head though. The rent-freeness, I'm actually paying him. So it's not just rent-free. I am paying him to live in my head. And like he's like my one-stop shop for all best ball opinions. Like, what is Kerrane? And then a lot of times I'll say something like that. Kerrane loves the Texans, and then Kerrane will text me like 2 minutes later, like, dude, I hardly have any exposure to the Texans at all.
I like the idea that you're holding up Kerrane like a meat shield from the chat as if they were going to be Nico Collins at pick 15. You're like, Kerrane likes him though.
The reason I did Nico Collins, so here's how I'm not a best ball sophisticate at all.
No.
I think everyone knows that. Like, bits aside, I'm not a best ball sophisticate. When I saw Chris Olave and I saw Nico Collins there, my only thought was, listen, like later on, if we feel like we got to try to force a stack or we want to stack, I'm like the number one member of the anti-Derek Carr committee. Like, I cannot do Chris Olave. Like CJ Stroud, if we have to overdraft CJ Stroud, that's fine. If we have to underdraft Derek Carr, that's a no-go. That's a no-go for me.
Yeah, for you, it's like Chris Olave is like that. You're one of your buddies, but then he has a friend that you don't like hanging out with. And even though you like your buddy, because he's always there with him, it's like, sorry, can't invite Steve because that means Jake is going to show up too. That's kind of what I'm getting.
Absolutely. Yeah. Derek Carr is Jake for me.
Yeah.
I know. I was trying to remember the analogy.
And no, you are right, because what happens when you start Puka and Chris Olave is you start going Matthew Stafford probably there at like 160, Derek Carr free at 200. Don't need to worry about QBs. We got Derek Carr in our back pocket.
Would you agree with my immediate concern? Like, listen, these are two really good players, and Puka and Nico Collins, Jake catching strays, says a commenter. But are we entirely positive either of these receivers are even the number one receiver on their own teams? Like, we think we're pretty sure they are. Like, I'm pretty sure Nico Collins is the number one receiver on the Texans, but like, what if Steph Diggs was just rope-a-doping all last year? Is the number one.
I think that one's wide open for debate. I think we've just kind of ordered it in the degrees of confidence, and I think it's fine to order it. Nico, Diggs, and Tank. But yeah, no, that should shock no one. If like Diggs comes off the rip with like a 30% target share, no one should be shocked.
So, I know I'm supposed to be like ordering you who to pick. How many running backs do you usually get out of like the first 5 or 6 rounds, you personally?
So generally one.
Okay.
1, maybe 2. Although my first draft this morning, Pat, I did JT, Travis Etienne, and Pacheco through 5 rounds. I was feeling very high T this morning.
I would say it's a very high testosterone individual. I'm not surprised that happens from time to time for you.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm going to stick that the first 5 rounds. When I see a running back that I think, I'm just going to try to find the best place to pounce. And so say if it's here in the 3rd round, we do a running back. I'm not even looking at running back in round 4 and 5.
Okay. I want you to know, aren't you the world's foremost Derrick Henry bull?
I am. It's time to. I haven't really leaned into the bit too much on any of these shows or drafts or streams, but why would you not 17 touchdowns in the 3rd round? Just get it done. Like Zay Flowers, like, are you kidding me? Just get it done with Derrick Henry.
Let's I just want to commemorate this with 30 seconds ago. He's like, you know what? Don't want to force running back. Like, let's just take one. If it pounces, if there's a real good opportunity. Holy shit, Derrick Henry's available. Leroy Jenkins.
The big dog's finally there. I mean, come on, listen, everyone. I mean, the big dog's there. Everything, just ignore everything I said the previous 30 minutes if the big dog is there.
Exactly. Honestly, the only consideration sometimes in my draft rooms, like I've done this move on Best Ball Breakfast where I'll take the wide receiver here and then Derrick Henry will just come back.
I know that's true. He does every single time. He'd probably still be there in the 5th round. So literally no one falls on Underdog except for Derrick Henry, the best running back of the 21st century. Like, man, I swear, Pat, I've never seen Derrick Henry here.
Aren't you worried about Keaton Mitchell coming back in week 16 and a half?
I'm really worried about the 6th-year breakout for Justice Hill, too. I'm really, really worried about that one.
All right, so we've started Puka Nacua, Nico Collins, and the greatest running back since the Clinton administration. Sorry to get political. Derrick Henry. I like that Pat showed a lot of restraint on running backs there for about 24 seconds.
It was very brave for 20 seconds.
And you can't even say Kerrane likes the big dog because that would be factually inaccurate.
Well, maybe he doesn't in public on his shows and with his his exposures. Quote unquote. First off, we got to decide.
Aren't you the Pickens guy?
I am. I'm totally Pickens pilled. It's going to be a huge disaster. But yeah, just take George Pickens.
Would you say you're Pickens pilled because of the Week 16 correlation where the Ravens play the Steelers?
That does not
part
hurt.
of the thesis?
Because I know now. Listen, I know. Is it still when it comes to focus for Week 17 and Week 16 stacks? It's still like 85% Week 17, right? But I feel the Week 16 focus creeping up every time I hear you guys streaming. Like Kerrane's like saying, listen, I'm not saying we have to have the Week 16 correlation too, but everyone knows then he is actually saying that. And is it like 85-15 or is it 99-1? How much is Week 16 factoring into thinking here?
All right. Let's do our bro science percentages. I would say for me in a vacuum, it's still like 75-80% Week 17, 25-30%, 16. The more recent thought though is that the majority of the people who are correlating for the playoffs are predominantly exclusively going out to correlate Week 17. And that if you said 100% of correlators were doing Week 17 and 0% were doing Week 16, it would be a lot more favorable to focus on Week 16. So I do think that dynamic of like ownership percentages of correlating being that skewed might push it closer to like it should be a 50-50 thing.
I think that you just got a PhD in game theory right there. That was literally a thesis.
Best ball bro science is what I majored in.
And you have a PhD from MIT.
Yeah.
So Pickens, but now obviously we got to get, not only do we have to get Russ, we have to get Russ and Fields just to be safe in the final 2 rounds to stack with Pickens. I mean, the Pickens, I'm just singing, I'm falling for every narrative, singing every song. And I'm just like, guy, he got marginally improved quarterback play. Like it was Mason freaking Rudolph. And suddenly he looks like Jerry Rice. Like it's for real this time. This time it counts. There's no target competition, blah, 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 blah. Good fit with Russ.
Let me ask you to do some bro science approximation. What percentage chance do you assign to Justin Fields playing a single game, starting a single game this year?
No kidding. No bits aside. 95% probably.
Okay.
95, maybe honestly even if I'm saying 95, I should probably just say 100. And Russ, I think the decline is real. Like he couldn't be managed and manipulated by the number one manager and manipulator in all of the NFL and Sean Payton. Like coaching staff, 2 of the most legendary coaches in the talk about 21st century football with Derrick Henry. 2 of the best coaches in 21st century football are Pete Carroll and Sean Payton. They were both just, I'm out. Like they were just totally out on Russ. Like coaches can feel like they can no longer work with them. The physical skills are declining. We joked about it a ton on our podcast. But I thought it was so funny when Mike Tomlin in March, like after they got Russ, Russ is the starter. Like there's no. It was after they acquired Justin Fields. He's like, no, Russ is the starter. This says nothing about Russ. Then like seriously, like 8 or 9 days later, he's like, well, I don't know, mate. Hold on, Fields might start. Like, it's probably going to be Russ. Where Denny and I theorized he got like 2 texts from Russell Wilson. It was like, dude, I got to open this competition up. Like I already can't do this. And so we're going to see Fields.
It's going to be funny too, because it's like Peyton went from, he was so done with Russell Wilson before he even had his first foot in the building. Like he was like, I don't want anything to do with this guy. Whereas now like the Steelers thing is like, they're starting to dig their heels in. They're like, it's Russ's team. This is our guy. It's a completely different tune.
No, it's classic though. It's exactly what happened in the spring. They realized, okay, listen, we got to put on a unified front. We got to put on a brave face. Then the second there's any training camp reps, all right, never mind. It might be.
All right, RotoPat. Anthony Richardson, James Cook at the top of the queue. Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy if we want a wide receiver. Pitts if we want a tight end.
How much Richardson do you have? Although we can't stack Richardson. How much James Cook do you have? I'm really scared. I'm deferring to you here. I'm not saying
let's do James Cook. I don't have a ton of James Cook. I feel like James Cook, Derrick Henry is a high T start. We'll take Cook here at ADP. We probably should get a wide receiver at pick 6-3 with these piss boys here threatening to bury us.
Well, listen, I am currently dying of hypothermia, is all I'll say, from the wide receiver avalanche.
I just finished reading a book. I've been doing the book club through the newsletter Into the Air about an ill-fated Everest trip, and like
I have read into thin air, Pete. Come on.
What did I say?
You said into the air.
Did I? Oh my
I
God.
don't know,
Into
maybe
thin air.
not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. For these last rounds, we're going to have to go without oxygen assistance, RotoPat, to make this happen. But yes,
Oh, listen, I will saw off my own left arm if that's what it takes to get a good receiver.
Okay. So the turn goes Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. That's pretty fun. Bang, bang there. If we're looking at wide receivers, you got DeAndre Hopkins, Rome Odunze, Ladd McConkey, Brian Thomas. If you really want to have some fun and live a little, you could take Kyle Pitts. What do you think?
Gosh, DeAndre Hopkins or Kyle Pitts, basically. The Titans are signaling they're going to be pass first, but how do you feel about Kyle Pitts? I wouldn't mind going.
I'm not going to tell you, but I have such a strong visceral take that don't go the wrong way on it.
Pitts.
Fuck. No, I'm fine with that. I would say if I knew you like Pitts, I probably would have pushed this to a wide receiver instead of James Cook.
This team is incoherent, by the way.
It's strong.
It's totally incoherent. This is what I have the second, like you're thinking before you bring me on, like Pat will probably be good for content. Maybe there's a 5% chance he's actually become a good best ball drafter in the past 2 months. And after 5 rounds, it's no. The answer is no.
I actually think you're bringing too much entertainment value. I brought you on to exclusively talk best ball game theory, and you're really disappointing me right now.
I love to hear the best ball game theory. By the way, when do we get to the week 15 correlations? By the way,
when people get bored talking about week 16, then it is that time. It's like even in the rooms too, you're starting to see some like weird combinations. Like someone did like Achane and Gibbs at the 1-2 turn. And there's 2 ways to say it. The actual reading is that they're just bored. The charitable reading is some game theory, unique combinatorics there, RotoPat. So you get to be the judge.
Well, what week do they play? What week are they facing each other? The Dolphins. I'm assuming the Dolphins Lions play, or is this fake?
I think it's more just like Achane goes at the 2-3 turn and Gibbs goes at the 1-2. So if you did a ton of drafts and always drafted off of ADP, you'd never get those 2 on the same team. So it's just like, how do I get these guys on a team together? You got to reach.
And it's true. And maybe the 2 highest upside guys in all of fantasy football. At least guys where we don't talk about it constantly. We talk constantly about Breece Hall's upside, talk constantly about Bijan Robinson's. Not that people aren't talking about Jahmyr Gibbs and Devin Achane's upsides, but like slightly further down ballot. And like they could have the single 2 highest upsides in all of fantasy football.
RotoPat, how do you respond to this criticism? Pitts doesn't win anyone anything ever. Could we finally be the ones that Pitts wins something for?
Now, unfortunately, that criticism is correct. We would be the first people ever. And yes, we were maybe recently highlighting a private take I had ahead of the 2021 draft where I said Kyle Pitts is the kind of draft pick that will get an entire front office fired. And sure, he has lived up to that billing 3 years later. But we're going to be the first. But it might work for us with Kyle Pitts.
No, you were just playing the long game. You let the house get cleared. They bring in Zach Robinson. Have you heard, RotoPat, that I went to preschool with Zach Robinson?
I think I did, actually. I couldn't remember. You have a lot of – didn't you know like the Portland Trailblazers GM too or something?
Yeah, Joe is my
Joe
cousin.
Cronin. Yeah. So I know that you've got tentacles all over this country. And you've got major connections. Zach Robinson, Joe Cronin. That's pretty big time. So
yeah, I don't have Zach on speed dial, but I'm sure I have some of his finger paints archived somewhere. So maybe we could see what those reveal about his Bijan Robinson usage.
Kyle Pitts, he has the injury narrative. He was hurt all last year, and so part of the pro Pitts narrative in the spring was like, this is going to be a high octane offense. There's so many weapons. I think part of my pro Pitts narrative now is there are not very many weapons in this offense. It's totally oversold all spring. It's finally a coaching staff that's going to be like, dude, just run down the seam and we'll make the jump ball go burr. And that's what's going to happen with Kyle Pitts.
I mean, Darnell Mooney's like their wide receiver 2.5. I guess they have Rondale Moore. I don't think I can name another wide receiver on the team after that.
No, we can't. And we recently, on one of our live drafts, we ended up with a Falcons stack. And I think we ended up with both Dale and Darnell Mooney. And that team, I can already say, will not cash. Will not advance to week 17. Will not advance to week 17.
So Ty is on board with our strategy. Ty says wide receivers are so overrated this year. Get 3 in the first 5 rounds and then start again after the 10th. I mean, I don't like, boxing my guy RotoPat in a corner. You are allowed to take wide receivers before Ty's rule, but we did get 3 and now have ignored the position.
Yeah. I mean, not great. This team is done. This team is now more of a theoretical exercise, more of a game theory exercise. But I was the receiver too. I feel like still have not adjusted to like the very end of the Breeze, Brady, Roethlisberger, Manning era, where there wasn't really much difference between the wide receiver 37 and like the wide receiver 16. There just is now. But the problem is it's just still so hard to know who's going to be the wide receiver 37 or the wide receiver 16. So I don't mind reaching. But in the past where it was like a guarantee, like the spirit of that comment is true. Like there's just gonna be a lot of mega busts drafted in like the 4th or 5th round. Like someone who's like ends up like 13, like Lad McConkey could be like the Chargers' number 4 receiver, and he's going as like the wide receiver 34 or whatever. But there's gonna be so many mega busts.
As someone
fortunes will be
who
ruined.
was advocating for people to draft Sky Moore, I'm really aware of how this can play out. Alvin Kamara, Kyler Murray, like is Jordan Addison in your draft plans? Is he off your board?
No, he's in my draft plans, and if you like him, I would take him. I would take him over Jameson Williams very powerfully.
I think this team needs him.
They need him. Kevin O'Connell has just never not thrown. I mean, it's only been 2 years. Kevin O'Connell is going to throw. Another team where the perception is always like, oh, there's so much target competition. There's so many weapons on the Vikings. This is not really true right now while TJ Hockenson is rehabbing. The number 3 pass catching weapon might be like Aaron Jones right now. They essentially don't have a number 3 receiver at the moment. And as scary as like fighting for targets with Justin Jefferson is, like someone has to get targets. And Jordan almost 1,000 yards as a rookie with one of the worst quarterbacks. Oh God, we're on the clock.
Jalen Warren, Najee Harris,
Kerrane.
Jalen Warren,
the Crane pick. Jalen Warren.
God. Should have just had Kerrane just stay on. I never even needed to invite you on.
Obviously, he's texting me, man. I mean, it's like, what the fuck do I do?
You get to text him?
Yeah. What do I do? Tell me. I think I'm muted. I'm yelling at my phone. Like, come on, dude. We're on the clock.
You thought the sidekick was actually just getting to text Pat anytime you were on the clock and needed help?
I was like, dude, I've been streaming for 2 hours. Stop texting me.
All right, here's the team. No quarterbacks. I was seeing if CJ Stroud might come all the way back to us. He went at 79. We could have stacked him up with Nico potentially. We got our 3 running backs, Derrick Henry, James Cook, Jalen Warren. This is like what I would call like a rainbow flop for running backs, like 3 running backs that are not often probably paired together based on the type of drafters, not to profile, but to profile. Wide receivers, Puka Nacua, Nico Collins, George Pickens, and Jordan Addison. And then Kyle, he hasn't ever won anything ever, Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, and this is a full upside team. I look at the backfield, and I really do. I said I didn't want to be an RB bro, but like talk about 3 like really, really, really like league winning type running backs. To me, I think they're different parts of the board. Like, just how much are people underrating Derrick Henry? How much are we overthinking James Cook? Like how much are we overthinking Jalen Warren, who just was better, of course, than Najee Harris each the past 2 years. And then too, Jordan Addison, I do feel like is being really overthought. And some of the receivers going ahead of Jordan Addison is just like not. I mean, Keon Coleman went ahead of Jordan Addison.
It's all driven by the suspension because like Jordan Addison was going a full round earlier than where we just took him. But I think, do you have any news hounding instincts?
No, and so what's been the consensus there on the suspension? Like
people thinking he's likely to get a couple of games and that those games could potentially be later in the season, depending on how that schedule works out.
I just keep coming back. The recent analog for these suspension cases is Alvin Kamara, and it took like 2 years for him to get 3 games. And I just don't know. The NFL, I honestly think too, the NFL, to its credit, really does probably need to wait until the legal process plays out in these situations. Not ones involving like domestic dispute. That's totally different. But like something like, like racing, like, dude, just like wait for all the facts, wait to see like what Johnny Law says, and then like issue your suspension.
Wow.
So I
didn't know I was inviting a Roger Goodell apologist on the show. Where's your Rob Lowe NFL hat, Pat?
It's just off screen. It's a special edition one, actually, if you must know. So it's really cool. Cost $75 at the Super Bowl.
Do you get a lot of Roto World merch? They asked you to wear.
I do. I've actually been begging for more because ever since we branded back from NBC Sports Edge, we've been needed more Roto World merch, and they are working on it. I'm hoping to get a Roto World mug soon.
Oh, that would be classy. All right, we're about to pick at 9-10. We got our 3 running backs, our 4 wide receivers, our 1 tight end. Nothing with stacking quarterbacks yet. We need to think about not really any quarterbacks on the board. Now, I will say, does your big Olave fade, granted it was tied to Derek Carr, does that spill over to Rashid Shaheed?
No, of course not. Because he's Derek Carr proof. He's the ultimate better and best ball player. Anyone just lobs it up. Derek Carr, give him credit. One thing he can do is just lob the ball blindly up. That is Rashid Shaheed's primary skill set, is 17-yard catches. And yeah, I love Rashid Shaheed. And dude, we're all upside. Just go in on better and best ball players, guys who flip matchups on 2 or 3 targets.
I love it. We take Rashid Shaheed here at pick 106 and just slightly past ADP. You're a value hound, Pat.
Yeah, I've been many times. I've been called a value hound, and not at all someone with no plan or approach whatsoever.
I will say though that this does put our guy Derek Carr back on the menu.
I know. So, dude, yeah, what's happened at quarterback here? Can you show me who's available? Oh no, we're on the clock now.
Yeah, there's nothing we could do. This team has JJ McCarthy, Justin Fields, and Derek Carr written all over it.
That's fine.
Do you like Tajay Spears or Trey Benson?
I do, if it's not too early. I don't like Trey Benson. I do like Tajay Spears.
Me too. Let's do it.
So we can do Tajay Spears.
And I like, this is, God opens the door. This is the Derrick Henry, Tajay Spears. They shared a backfield last year, and now they're both in a much better place. Derrick Henry is going to score 28 touchdowns on the Ravens, and Tajay Spears is going to quickly discard a dusty Tony Pollard.
Do we even take another running back? Tell me.
We don't have to. I think we'll probably take one just because there'll be a running back value at some point, but we could get away with 4 running backs here.
Because this is a lot of guaranteed, even for 2 guys who could be primarily third down backs, and Tajay Spears and Jalen Warren. Like, this is a lot of touches on this team.
Yes.
Like a lot of touches.
So this is the legitimately the quarterback options. We actually have a decent amount. Whether you like them or not, your mileage will vary. Matthew Stafford with Puka, Justin Fields with George Pickens, JJ McCarthy with Jordan Addison, Derek Carr with Rashid Shaheed, and Kirk Cousins with Kyle Pitts.
I mean, how often do you do 3 quarterbacks?
A lot.
I mean, Stafford, Derek Carr, JJ McCarthy actually could whip this team into shape. I think we just have to ignore the Steelers quarterback situation. If we get Stafford, JJ McCarthy, Derek Carr, like one of those teams is going to be in like shootout or comeback game script every single week.
That's what I like to hear. Tell a story. No, this team is like a virtual lock for 3 quarterbacks. At this point, no other quarterbacks on the roster. Sometimes if you take like a Jaden Daniels or a Love, or whatever, I think you can get away with 2, like a Daniel Stafford or Love Stafford. But no, we're staring down the barrel of a gross 3 quarterback room.
Jaden Daniels was like 2 picks away from us. Would we have considered taking him when he fell to us?
I think we could have.
An unstacked Jaden Daniels. Because I know Terry McLaurin went in the 1st round. Jahan Dotson went in the 3rd round. But I mean, even the H-back tight end probably went in the 4th round in this league. But sorry, I'm taking the bit too far. But
I did take Ben Sinnott in my draft with Shawn earlier. He's a fun guy to backstack. Like, you can get Luke McCaffrey at pick 200. There's stuff you can do there.
Do you go all in on the H-backs then? Do you also take Josiah DeGura? And, is he still in the league?
To me, it's kind of like a red flag if a guy specifically plays one position. Like, I need some kind of hybrid. Why do you think we took Kyle Pitts?
That's true.
He's half wide receiver, half tight end.
He's learning 2 new positions per your guy, Zach Robinson. So it makes him even better pick than he was before.
And if it doesn't work out this year, they can then transition him to more of the H-back.
They say the final frontier for Kyle Pitts is being the largest H-back in the history of organized football.
My guy Tresner is just having a rough show. I feel like this comment, it's best ball, not fucking standard or PPR. First of all, the scoring settings have nothing to do with the style structure. I think you made to say it's best ball, not redraft or manage. It's half point PPR, not fucking standard or PPR. But thank you, Tresner, for your enthusiasm on this Monday morning. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I need the chat firing me up, RotoPat.
You do, and you needed someone at the end, I feel like, to help to make some bad decisions. You're near the end of a 4-hour streamathon. Like, maybe it's getting a little stale. Maybe it needs to be shaken up a bit. Maybe it needs someone who says they hate Derek Carr, and then 30 minutes later, so yeah, I totally agree with the 3 quarterback.
No, I come back. He's the best pick for this team by far right now.
So
what I needed
the best pick
is someone who can engagement farm my audience, can rile them up, and that's what we're doing.
Intentionally or not, I can rile up an audience.
So RotoPat, we're about to pick again because most of our quarterback options are still later. This to me feels firmly like a wide receiver pick. I was going to talk about Freiermuth. He goes though. So like we're looking at the Jacoby Myers is the big ADP faller here. There's Jalen Polk. You could text Pat about how happy he would be that you made that pick. Myers does go. What do you like here?
Just do Polk, who is like the classic. It's very dangerous game to target dot connect with rookies. Like they've got no one else to throw to, but they just have no one else to throw to. And
the other nice thing gives us another quarterback out.
It's true. I almost said Mac Jones.
Oh no!
What's the young man's name? Drake May.
Yeah. You know, we don't ever talk about him around here. Mac Jones, the backup quarterback on
to Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah. How many times do you think Mac Jones has been drafted in Best Ball Mania yet?
Yes, for sure. Absolutely, for sure.
Let's see if he has an ADP.
I've seen people drafting, like, you know, recently I saw someone like in a Southwest line. They were on their phone, like in the boarding line. Doing like people like in a boarding line have definitely forgotten that Mac Jones was not on the Patriots anymore and drafted Mac Jones. To stack with Jalen Polk and Kendrick Bourne and Hunter Henry.
In my heart of hearts, I might be a Mac Jones slappy. Like I might have the take that he just never got the chance to be good in New England and in the right setup. It's the ultimate cop out, but Mac Jones with Kyle Shanahan and that 49ers offense, MVP candidate.
It's going to happen in 2 years. We'll find out. He'll be the Darnold prince who was promised. We never got Sam Darnold, Kyle Shanahan. A real shame. He never got into a meaningful game, a meaningful snap. Mac Jones will play meaningful snaps for the 2028 San Francisco 49ers.
All right, RotoPat. This is kind of the spot where we could grab another rookie receiver like a Leggett, or this could be the spot to get our last running back because you're looking at like Sharps, Rico Dowdle, Ty Chandler.
I'm going to cover my mouth and you pick a running back.
I heard you through the muffled voices saying Zach Charbonnet. That's what I heard.
Zach Charbonnet, I do like because I think he's going to really struggle for standalone fantasy value because it's kind of like everything he does. Kenneth Walker does better, but I still think they could be run heavier than expected. And he is one of the cleanest like contingency backs like in the entire NFL where like it's a clean cut case. Like if Kenneth Walker gets hurt, Zach Charbonnet is getting essentially all the touches. And there's not many like leaps of logic you have to make with this contingency value. And so I do, as an RB5, I do really like Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah. And this is kind of, I think we could have pulled up a rookie here, but I think just leaning into the value pockets of the draft, this is a nice spot. I do love Charbonnet. And like you said, he's a perfect, 5 here for us where it's like the only way he's going to probably regularly see our lineup is if there's an injury to Kenneth Walker. And then he's the full blown bell cow. We know we're taking the late quarterbacks. And now we can basically just go quarterbacks, wide receiver, tight end the rest of the way.
And Kenneth Walker will miss games. Like it's kind of silly to call running backs injury prone. We know anyone who plays running back is injury prone, but he does just play a particularly violent style. And I just have a hard time ever seeing Kenneth Walker like starting and finishing all 17 games in a season. So I feel like with Zach Charbonnet, I got a worst case scenario. He's going to start 3 or 4 games and maybe be one of our top 2 scoring running backs.
And you know what who that used to be? It used to be the Alexander Madison pick behind Dalvin Cook.
Yes. Oh, because you knew at some point Dalvin Cook was separating his AC joint.
And the thing was, and you knew what you were going to get from Madison. And there was a couple years too where he only had like 2 to 3 starts, but he had an incredible advance rate. Like just from those 2 to 3 starts, where if you get RB1 production from your round 12 pick for a couple weeks and then they come at the right time, like you're pretty stoked on that.
Should we have made that player Ty Chandler instead of Zach Charbonnet? Because Aaron Jones, talk about a guy who will miss games. Like at some point, even indoors, like he's going to be playing in climate controlled. Like the hammy will give. He will miss time. Ty Chandler could play all 3 downs. We could have probably also taken Ty Chandler, who's like a higher upside Zach Charbonnet.
Let's see here. We are going to be entering the 13th round. A little recap here for our audio listeners. No quarterbacks yet. Before the show, RotoPat called me and he said, I just want a raw dog quarterback, man. I want to punt it so far to the moon that these guys don't even know the names we're selecting at the back of the draft. And I was like, all right, Pat, that's fine. And then he said, I want to get Derrick Henry on this team or I'll never come on the show again. I said, fine. Derrick Henry, James Cook, Jalen Warren, Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet. He said he heard there was a groundswell of anti-Puka sentiment that he wanted to push back against. So we took him there. Nico Collins because Pat Kerrane likes him. George Pickens because he's got that dog in him. Jordan Addison because Pat doesn't work for a site that covers fantasy news and doesn't know about the impending suspension. Rashid Shaheed because he's not Chris Olave and pairs better with Derek Carr. Jalen Polk because who knows why. And Kyle Pitts because he's going to be the first person to win anyone money. Is that an accurate account of what's transpired?
It's truly as accurate as humanly possible. And we've been burying the lead. Kirk Cousins, Kyle Pitts will be taking us to the promised land.
We got to do the streamer thing where we don't talk about it. We kind of just talk about life. You go to any good restaurants lately and kind of distract people from the fact that we desperately need Kirk Cousins to make this team work.
Yeah. How was the vacay, man?
It was good. I just did, I did one night in New Hampshire over the weekend. I played some cornhole. I drank some beers. I ate some pizza. I played some card games. Do you remember the card game Pit? It's like an old school card game.
I do. I remember other people playing it and me not playing it. That's the only thing I remember about
it's like you have commodities. There's like wheat and oats, and then there's this trading element. And I was 3 sheets to the wind having the time of my life playing that game on Saturday night. So thank you for asking how was your weekend?
Very good. Had a big family reunion on Sunday. Not family reunion, a big family get together. 30 people. Thankfully, everyone has the exact same political opinions, so there weren't explosive arguments at all when there was explosive political news on Sunday at my it was a great day to be with 30 family members with divided political opinions and then a political bombshell dropping.
I was gonna say I saw your tweet and I was like, is that just you thinking up a funny hypothetical?
No, that was true. It was very true. So
all right, we did it.
Right.
We don't have to talk about our pleasantries anymore. Kirk Cousins stacked up.
I don't even have a family.
And I wasn't playing the game Pit. It's just a hyper obscure reference that I just manufactured.
None of that ever happened. That was just riffing magic by both of us.
Just riffing.
All right, Pitts. All right, now when do we get Mooney? When do we get Dale?
Oh my God. Is Mooney? Mooney might already be gone in this economy. Yeah, someone took Mooney, man. People love Mooney.
It's over.
It's over.
We don't go QB, right? Is that too?
No, we absolutely can.
Who's there? Rodgers gone.
It would be Stafford with Puka.
Oh yeah, please, God. I feel like we almost need to start riffing again, hoping Stafford falls.
Yeah. Were there any explosive political conversations at your family reunion?
There was a few where they were breaking out, and then thankfully people just began to whisper instead. So they sensed it happening. Hold on, I forgot we can't talk about that in this round. And then they started whispering or just started texting. This is actually not a joke. There was I forgot. Keep it down. We don't want to rile up so-and-so. And so-and-so was not riled up. We had some craft beers. It all stayed pretty civil, thankfully.
I like that. Sounds like a lovely time. Let's see here. We are done with running back, so I'm just going to query these out of here. I do think Matthew Stafford is the pick for us. You on board with that?
Are we on the clock?
After this guy times out here.
Oh God, his 3 quarterback. Okay, yeah,
he took Eli Mitchell. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
That
guy's in a Southwest board. If I've ever seen a Southwest boarding line drafter, it was the guy who just timed out into Eli Mitchell.
Yeah. And I mean, I know we all saw the report that the Niners say Eli Mitchell's their RB2, but to the tune of pick 158, a bit much.
We've seen that report 3 or 4 years in a row where I guess it was largely true most of the time. But we've also largely true that he gets hurt after 10 snaps and they still add to the backfield. Cody Schrader, my Mizzou guy, one of the ultimate dark horses, will make the team. Jordan Mason will probably just be the RB2. I've lost all faith in Elijah Mitchell. And if I'm in a Southwest boarding line, I'll make sure he's not in my queue.
There you go. And I will just say, RotoPat, it was looking dire at quarterback there for a while, but our patience has been rewarded. Kirk Cousins stacked up with Kyle Pitts, Matthew Stafford stacked up with Puka. We're on the straight and narrow now, brother.
Is Demarcus Robinson already taken? Or is this where we get into must draft?
We're running out of weekend plans to discuss to bide our time until Demarcus Robinson comes back.
I know, yeah. Buy any new tank tops lately?
No, these are pretty threadbare. You can even see the ship chasing logo is really starting to fade on here.
Yeah. Hey, Pat's got to send you some new ones of those, man. Or I guess you do. It's also maybe you need to order some more of those.
Pat wins $2 million and gets credit as being behind the kind of administrative infrastructure of the show. I am down so bad.
Yeah, the aesthetic could not be more Pete Overzet. I should have remembered that absolutely immediately. And
no, if it was Pat's store, he would have all of these $10,000 guitars made out of jacquard wood that he would be trying to sell.
He'd have he'd have a Stradivarius somehow. Like, dude, I know Kerrane got $2 million. How does he have a Stradivarius though?
Yeah.
I didn't think
I could see him selling like little guitar picks that have like a silhouette of his face on it or something.
Well, his hair would silhouette very well. The curly pad hair. He actually needs to get on making Kerrane silhouettes. Yeah, we're not going to have enough time to get to that. What are the receiver options?
I think we can just talk about them all and just watch them all come one by one off the board. No, we're at a 2-5-6-1. I think this team, I don't nothing has to be preordained, Pat. We are
2 or 3 tight ends. Let's start there.
It's a tweener. With Kyle Pitts, I definitely think if we were to get one of these like Conklin, Jonnu, Cades types, it could be 2.
It becomes a 2. Pitts is probably enough capital where we really can't make a 3. We just have to accept our Pitts fate as long as we get the Conk Daddy.
This is what I'll say, Pat. We have 4 more picks. One of them should be a QB. One of them is definitely a tight end. One of them is definitely a wide receiver. And then I think the final choice is it an 8th wide receiver, 3rd tight end? It probably should be an 8th wide receiver.
With Cousins and Stafford, do we truly need the 3rd QB? Is that still like auto 3rd QB situation? 2 guys who probably will. Stafford's been getting increasingly injury prone. We will probably get 17 games from Kirk. Probably get 15 or 16 from Stafford.
I'll be honest, man. Justin Fields is the perfect QB3 for those 2. I hate to say it.
No, it actually is totally intellectually correct. And to get a 3rd quarterback that might actually change the change the mojo, like someone who could win weeks, like Derek Carr will not really. Well, he might win a week, I guess. Actually.
All right, so we're on the clock. One consideration, although I don't know where you're at with Roman Wilson, if you wanted to set up a double stack there, one of these tight ends, Conklin or Jonnu, could help us power it down there. Michael Wilson is fine as well.
I end up with Conklin or Jonnu in essentially every best ball draft I do.
Who's your favorite?
The Conk Daddy, not even close.
All right. And Conklin we get double whammy correlation. The week 17 against Buffalo, and wait for it, the week 16 against the Rams, the bring back. This is the long game you've been playing all along.
It's all coming together. Yeah. And people thought I didn't know what I was doing. That's just someone in the chat is saying I don't know what I'm doing.
I hope not. I did have to boot that one guy. We were having fun, Tresner, and then said some truly horrendous things that you're not allowed to say. So we had a good run. Normally I feel like this chat does a good job self-policing, not saying dumb stuff. Let's keep it that way, guys. Had to drop the ban hammer today. RotoPat bringing out all the nasty trolls.
Trent Reznor too. He had aged very gracefully and maturely. He's a film composer now. I didn't think he'd be a rabid dog poster, but you learn something new every day.
Yeah. And that's the thing. A lot of times people say just because the celebrities are in the chat, you're going to give them more leeway. I'm going to offer this up as an example. I had to make an example out of Trent Reznor. So when, Bruce Springsteen, that is, ends up saying awful stuff in the chat, there's not a double standard. He knows that he can get booted as well.
Did Pete just kick George Clooney out of the chat? Wow.
Look, I don't care where you're from in life. When you're in my chat, you're on the same level playing field, buddy.
We moderate all the same. We do what all the same now. Recently on our show, Johnny Venerable did say Michael Wilson. We can't have unstacked Michael Wilson though, right?
Yes, you can.
Really?
It's fine. And you know what? He's opposite the Rams in week 17.
All right. Unless what is the quarterback star Michael Wilson, just so we can time out in him. Look at the quarterbacks real quick though.
So you could do Levis with Tajay Spears if you wanted, but we got Derek Carr.
I was just wanting to see where Carr was. I don't mind timing out into Michael Wilson here. Malachi Corley would have been kind of interesting too, but Michael Wilson is maybe the most under-discussed wide receiver 2 in the entire NFL? Question mark.
Do you think that's a power move by me, knowing we were going to take Michael Wilson? I definitely could have clicked it with about 2 seconds left, and you said you more liked him on this team if it were a timeout specifically.
Yes, that's true. It is. Yeah, we got a timeout. There's certain players where you got to send a message to the audience. Listen, we like Michael Wilson, but not enough to actually click draft. All right.
Yeah.
We got a timeout into him. And one, you don't just draft Michael Wilson, you time out.
Gobert says, can I ban the guy who types in caps too? No, he's a YouTube member, and those guys get a long leash, real long leash. You can say whatever the fuck you want if you give me $4.99 a month.
So that's why you haven't banned any yet.
Yeah, George Clooney. If George Clooney was a YouTube member, it'd be an entirely different thing.
George Clooney's on the board of directors of YouTube, but he forgot to sub to the podcast. So it's really rather unfortunate.
Become a YouTube member. You get weekly bonus episodes, Best Ball After Dark. This week we have Nick Ercolano from BDGE on. You also get premium tip-offs to when I hop in these drafts via the private channel in the Discord. How's that for a plug, RotoPat? Would you say seamless or just smooth as hell?
Seamless and smooth. We're both huge fans of the segue. Any host has to only be thinking in segue brain. Like the content doesn't really matter, actually. The teams don't really matter. Just seamlessly segueing is the only thing that ever matters.
It is. Yeah, if you had to power rank the things as a host, it is up there. And having a coffee cup always nearby is better.
Of course, have to have a coffee.
What is on your coffee cup?
It's a very faded rooster. I think we've used Lemmy Shine a few too many times in our dishwasher.
Okay, gotcha.
And, a very, very faded rooster.
I like.
I've actually been needing to up my coffee cup game. I love the rooster mug, but we need. If anyone wants to send me some coffee cups, particularly my employer, if you want to send me any coffee cups,
I love the faded rooster. It's like you go to an Airbnb at a cabin in the mountains, and there's like 3 mugs in there when you arrive. And one of them, there's 2 white ones, and then there's one that's like a faded rooster, and you don't know why or how that ended up in there, but you're thankful for it.
And one of them's like a third-party presidential run you don't remember at all. You're like, who the hell was Johnson? I can't think of anything.
All right. We got 2 more picks. We've already decided one of them is going to be a quarterback. Let's start having the conversation now. Your arch nemesis, Derek Carr, stacked up with Shaheed, or Justin Fields stacked up with George Pickens.
I guess in terms of like who has the potential to flip more weeks, it's Derek Carr. Who has the potential to spectacularly flip 1 or 2 weeks, it's Justin Fields. I guess though maybe do we need to play the 17 game percentages though and just hope for more, or do we need to play the overall point total, overall upside game with Justin Fields? I'll let you
talk it out. I want you to talk it out. We're gonna get there.
Just do Derek Carr then. As much as I like the Justin Fields thing, it's a much more narrow play. Yeah, and I think maybe they'll be pretty stubborn early in the season with Russell Wilson. I do think Justin Fields will play. But let's go for 17 games of potentially, comeback game script from the Saints. This roster is deteriorating. There's going to be a lot of empty 400-yard Derek Carr performances.
Well, we add Derek Carr. I also love, I try to sell people on the premium shows to become YouTube members as much of the value add as I can give. And it was saying you can cuss more and toe the line of saying inappropriate things that encourage Go Birds to sign up. Please don't let me regret that promotional promise.
Yeah, he'll never. He has an Always Sunny avatar. I'm sure he's a really nice, well-adjusted guy.
All right, Rondell Moore double stacked with Kirk Cousins. Do you? It's
time. No, it's time. It's absolutely time. He might beat out Darnell Mooney. Like he probably won't, obviously, but he might beat out Darnell Mooney. That's how uncertain that situation is. It could be the number 2 receiver on the Atlanta Falcons with our.
You know what, Pat? It was looking. Not gonna lie, it was looking shaky at times. That James Cook, turn there.
That was bad. That was real bad.
The Jordan Addison, I was starting to get a little sweaty. I was like, do we have another JJ Avalanche on our hands? I think we dug our way out. I think
Addison too. Who cares? It's best ball. He misses 2 games. Who even cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter at all.
We were about to take Justin Fields, and he might miss 16 games.
So yeah, exactly.
Who cares?
Who truly cares? Does this team have any advanced odds whatsoever, Pete?
Yes, it absolutely does. I'm going to recap this team player by player, and then you're going to give your best ball game theorist spin on what we just did. Kirk Cousins, Matthew Stafford, and Derek Carr. See if you can find the commonalities there. Derrick Henry, James Cook, Jalen Warren, Tajay Spears, and Zach Charbonnet at running back. Puka Nacua, Nico Collins, George Pickens, Jordan Addison, Rashid Shaheed, Jalen Polk, Michael Wilson, and Rondell Moore at wide receiver, and Kyle Pitts and Tyler Conklin at tight end. Are you ready to go to war with this team?
Could have maybe used the 3rd tight end. How common is the 3-5-8-2 build, by the way? I don't know if I've seen too many of those.
I mean, it doesn't jump out as being an outlandish construction. I think
about as strong of a backfield as we could have possibly drafted. Receiver is shakier, but it's an upside receiver core. I would say maybe despite a lack of upside at the top with Nico Collins, Puka still has upside. But seriously, even Michael Wilson, he's like a clear-cut number 2 receiver that is not being discussed as such. Jalen Pope, the upside case makes itself. Rashid Shaheed, the upside case makes itself. Even Jordan Addison, again, 2 games, like at most probably 3. That is survivable. There's just so much upside in the receiver core. The backfield is upside and floor. It's just like a super, super steady backfield. Tight end, we could have used maybe a third tight end.
I think we're good at tight end, honestly. I think if there's anything on this team, I think it's like flipping James Cook to one of the Chiefs wide receivers.
Yeah, man,
Xavier Worthy or Rashid Rice.
That hurts.
And then you pivot, maybe you pivot Polk to a running back at 130 and you make that little 2v2 and then everyone loves the team. But is that fun? No, you want to build a team that incites the chat, that makes them, they can do the Leo meme pointing thing of like, you did this one thing wrong to make them feel better about themselves. And then I make them become a YouTube member to really say what they feel. It's a long con.
Listen, you just try to think clearly when you're required to talk for an hour straight and also draft a team at the same time. Mistakes will be made. And especially when one of your guest is doing like his 8th or 9th best ball draft of the entire offseason. You're on your 8th or 9th of the day. Mistakes will be made. That's part of the game.
I would say, yeah, you try this. But trust me, a lot of people have already taken me up on that offer.
One of our teams that we did last year, by the way, on air with Kerrane, Denny, and Kyle did advance. It didn't win much, but it did advance.
How did you handle that? Was that a 1099 situation?
No, it was not.
Okay. Okay. Well, my joy in life would be to have my accountant get in touch with your accountant to kind of settle how I'm divvying up the $750K to you.
So I know that's true. Hey, listen, I got people. My wife's part of a family business. I got all sorts of financial people. So they will figure it out. Sure, they've never even heard of fantasy football, let alone best ball, but they will figure it out.
How about this? I just had a fantasy. And, in the same way, Kerrane was a former NBC employee, then won Best Ball Mania, quit on the spot, and then comes back to pat his old coworkers on the head and say, good job, guys. If we win Best Ball Mania, can I sign a 1-day contract with RotoWorld? Actually, no, an indefinite contract, but I am going to quit 1 day later. And then I can come back and kind of have a similar rapport, like friend with the pod, but you can also do this too, because in this scenario, you've also won $750,000.
I was gonna say, listen, it's been the honor of my life working for NBC, but I will be resigning the day after we win the $750K and joining the Pete Overzet, Patrick Kerrane content empire. And then becoming a best ball expert, of course, and then having all my former friends who aren't best ball junkies and laughing at them and be like, I mean, listen, you can do that. We don't usually do that, the build that way, but yeah, we can do that. This team won't advance. And then I let them make horrible picks. And I don't know.
That's what we're going to win. You're going to invite me on the show and you're going to say, my first thing I'm doing as both an NBC employee and the winner of Best Ball Mania is hiring Pete Overzet. And then together the next day, we will both file our 2-hour notice. It's not a 2-week notice. It's a 2-hour notice.
Unless we are named co-hosts of the Today Show, then I will stay.
Yes. We either need to move up that ladder real quickly. Otherwise, Denny will be hosting these draft streams on the Good Football Show, and no one wants that.
We get a meeting with the executives, like, hear us out. We add yet another hour to the Today Show, and it's only best ball streams. And this is on NBC proper every single day. And they're like, brother, sign me up.
I'm telling you guys probably grow your YouTube channel if you committed to daily live best ball streams.
Especially on the Today Show. I feel like we would get a lot of subs then. And maybe a lot of angry commenters, like, where is Hoda? Where are any of the people that I care about on this show? Like, who are these people talking about Tyler Conklin on national television?
Yeah,
we'll get more.
There's no Hoda, but there's Derrick Henry in the late third round, guys.
Exactly. So.
RotoPat, let the people know. Obviously, Good Football Show, Roto World. What else you got cooking?
Team preview series, which is getting very near the end. Today, I am posting I've definitely started my New York Giants team preview that is posting today. I remembered what team I was posting today. No, really, really good stuff. All 32 teams, 1,500 to 2,000 word write-ups, breaking down every fantasy relevant player. Doing our division preview series on the Roto-World Football Show. Denny and I previewing the AFC North later this week. Don't have guests quite ready to announce yet. We had some really, really good stuff doing the South divisions last week, especially the AFC South. James Boyd from The Athletic gave some really, really good stuff on the Colts. Check that out. Yeah, training camp is getting raging. So the player news feed will be rocking at rotoworld.com, and I have a lot of content coming this summer. Our draft bundle with Fantasy Life, a website you maybe have heard of. Get the Fantasy Life draft guide, and of course get the Roto-World draft guide as part of the Fantasy Life draft bundle.
And I did, when that news broke, I did feel a little squeamish because it implied that I'm now kind of coworkers with Denny. But on the flip side, it means I'm now kind of coworkers with you. Maybe it'll make me signing that one-day contract only to quit a little easier.
It's true. Until they wrote into the contract language that it explicitly states no one is a coworker with Denny. It's fine. Like, don't worry about that. Like there's a wall here. Like, Denny is his own thing with an inside NBC. He technically has no coworkers.
Well, do you know the only reason that deal got done is because they jettisoned Denny off to Greece to actually make sure that contract could get signed, because they knew he was going to ruin it all.
Like, just send him to Southern Europe for 3 weeks, please. Just get him out of here.
It's like when you're auditing, like, mergers and acquisition and, checking all the books, and it's like Fantasy Life's looking through some of this Roto-World stuff, and they're like, Denny Carter's an employee. Maybe we should partner with another outfit. So it was very smart of you guys to get him over to Greece.
That was very much intentional. Yeah, we told them to make sure everyone knew. So we're like, post about it every hour that you're in Greece and not here to ruin the deal.
Yeah, no. And sometimes I do forget. Like, I'll have a moment in my day where I'm like, I wonder where Denny is. Oh, yeah, it's Greece. So it is nice to have that continual reinforcement. Pat and I could do bits all afternoon here, just a 2-hour comedy show after a draft, but I have to pee my brains out. RotoPat needs to go and dig into the Jordan Addison situation and see if we should be a little bit more worried. Appreciate everyone watching.
Games.
Just 2 to 3 games. Doesn't matter. Appreciate all of you in the chat. Go watch ADP Chasing. That'll be at 3:30 p.m. Eastern today over on the Ship Chasing channel. I'll be back with the club tomorrow. We'll be doing some kind of drafting and all the other usual programming this week. For producer Tony in there, I appreciate you, man. And we'll catch you guys next time on Best Ball Breakfast.